And welcome everyone, here we go with tonight's broadcast here on the A stream for the NECC. Very excited to be here as we'll be bringing you two back-to-back series. Very excited to do it. My name is Orbital, with me is Time to Fright. Gonna be bringing all the spooky goodness over the course of this Challengers and Champions division. Of course, kicking things off, it will be Newberry College Varsity versus Murray State Gold. Time to Light, how you doing?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at these matches and I'm already a little spooked out, but that's not a little bit more till next week. We have two matches next week, both during Halloween. That's when things start to get a little spooky. I don't know. Add an extra adjective for scary. I have no thesaurus on me at this point. Nonetheless, I'm excited. It's Murray State Gold taking on the, I'm going to say, very interesting laid out. I don't really know how I feel about Newberry Esports coming into this, but Newberry Esports, Murray State Gold. This is a weird matchup.
It is going to be quite interesting. In the South Atlantic Challengers division here, both teams are sitting at the lower end of the standings. Newberry College Varsity currently sitting at a 1-3 record with a reschedule on the record for week number 4 again against MTSU Blue. Now on the flip, it's Murray State Gold who are actually challenging for a spot in the playoffs itself. They are currently looking at 0-5, which is at the current moment the hardest record to come back from. The only reason they're placed higher than last place is due to game record. And this is a team that has been, I want to say, almost chasing the win. Their matches have been anything but blowouts.
Yeah, and you can look at some of their games, their map difference, they're -8 through 8 or 5 record losses, which is not bad. But look at the round diff. They're -40 with a -8 map diff. For all of you mathematicians out there, they've lost by an average of 5 rounds. That is not bad by any means. Now, certainly something they could work around. They're looking to improve, maybe, I don't know, win a series. But they're going up against the number 8 team, one directly above them. They're certainly in this coming forward. If they were going to move forward and pick up their first series victory, now would be as good a time as ever.
Yep, that's what they're hoping to do. So let's go ahead and run down the rosters that'll be gracing this series here today. Of course, they'll be interesting across the board, as we have seen across Newberry College. They're running a very nice, diverse set, and hopefully we get to see that. Of course, at the same time, the maps are also coming out. So we have a lot to talk about here and a lot to think about over the course of this best of 3, which, of course, if we're going all 3 maps, Murray State Gold, they are no strangers to that. I would just want to point out, they have gone the distance in the 2 that went all 3 maps. It has been 2 overtimes across 2 different games. That is ridiculous to me. Having to go 2 OTs no matter what, it's like, you know what you're doing at that point.
And the unfortunate part is they went to OT in the 3rd game as well. So they were ever so close. So close, unfortunately, so far. Still, unfortunately, lost the series, as their 0-5 record indicates. They can, of course, improve here. Again, now is as good a time as ever to be able to pull that one off. I do think that they're going to be able to pull things off. Let's actually take a look at Murray State Gold's roster, see what they're bringing into today. Opening things up, it's Keith, Hoob, Fushi, Putty, and Meep. As a roster, I think this is a fairly good team. You have a nice bit of diversity between upper and lower classmen. You have 2 sophomores, 2 freshmen or first years, and 1 senior into the fray.
Yep, and taking a look at the other side, we are seeing a well thought out group. It's Nemesis, Avery, Peach, Brutus, and Chthonic Omen. This is another squad that's very, very tailored. You can go ahead and see 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore, 1 junior, and 1 senior, with a plethora of different degrees as well. Most notably, of course, is Avery going to be bringing the spice here with their interesting fact, which is the fact that they are fluent in 2 variations of Chinese. So bringing a little bit of spice over to those comms.
I'm fluent in 2 variations of English. That being, normal, everyday Middle Eastern, English. That being, or not Middle Eastern, but like Middle East Coast. You know what I mean? And then sarcasm. Never mind. We'll move on. In the map vetoes, Bind and Haven taken off the board right off the bat. That makes me very happy. Ascent to follow. That picked by Newberry. I like that call. Bringing an Ascent. If you are comfortable with it, you might as well play it. Icebox, however, from Murray State Gold. What do you make of this?
I at this point am leaning towards Icebox being in the same rotation as, say, Ascent, Haven, and Bind. It is a map that was one of the first introduced as a new map, but at this point is fairly old, right? This is a map that I think should be seen as a standard rotation as compared to the other ones, right? Pearl and Fracture, the 2 newest ones taken out of rotation, and then Breeze is the decider. So it's like, you should know Icebox at this point. If teams are still saying that they don't know how to play Icebox, they don't know the lineups, they don't know the compositions to play, it's one that you kind of need to practice at this point. So I think Icebox is a very nice second map. I don't see any problem with it, and I'm very, very interested. It's, if we go to that third map, that's where we're going to have a lot of questions, I think. As we do go ahead and take a look on the attacking side, it is going to be the ever so amazing Newberry College Varsity to kick things off with Murray State Gold on the defensive.
Yeah, and this makes sense. Murray State Gold, of course, chose the defense. This is Newberry's map selection. I did want to bring in a brief note. If I didn't look at the map ban link myself, I would have thought that the first 2 bans and the last 2 bans were switched because Pearl and Fracture allowed through together while both not being played. Shocked me, to say the very least. Nonetheless, we'll take a look at the actual agents selected inside of the agent select. Fushi's going to be on the Jet. I don't think a duelist here is completely out of the ordinary, and Peach agrees. You'll see a mirror in that setup. It is mirror Sentinels, albeit they're both being played, but not a mirror in terms of what Sentinels being brought into the fray. Keith onto the Chamber, whereas Chthonic Omen on towards not the Omen, the Cypher. Whereas I suppose their teammate Avery is going to mirror with Meep on that Omen itself, and I do believe we're going to see double initiators mirrored as well. So the only difference, seemingly the Sentinel.
Yeah, and that's something interesting that I love that you've the fact that you brought it up is that Cypher coming out here. Cypher is still being toyed. I want to say there's a lot of people that are still saying, of course, that's one of the lowest rated agents to currently be played. It's very hard to bring about, and of course, there's a reason that you don't see any of that Harbor. Harbor is not currently enabled, at least for this week and next, if I'm not mistaken. So no chance playing that one, but. The Cypher currently sits at one of the lowest picked rates across the board for all matches. So to see it brought out here speaks a lot towards that comfort factor, right? That saying of, well, we're going to play what we're comfortable with. And it still brings a great deal of information to the table, just not as much upfront value, right? It allows the team to get a better read on where the opponent's going to go, as well as some of that vision nullification. But it's still one that gets outshined by multiple other agents. So the fact that you are picking it up here, especially in round 1, feels like a little bit of comfort in just saying, okay, you know what? We're going to go for it. Play comfort, play standard, play as you wish.
Surprised to see Chthonic Omen bringing that on the attacking side, though. Usually when you see a Cypher brought, it's when the team starts on the defense, and it's because you get a little bit more out of that agent. Cam immediately shot. Seems like Newberry want to aggress towards B first. It is the correct call, at least on paper. Aggression onto the site. There's only 2 players here to defend for Murray State Gold. Certainly possible for them to do so. Putty's been seen as they fall back in towards this boathouse position. Keith hasn't, however, and finds a double because of it. Looking for more is finally taken away from that triple position. Brutus with the kill there and a follow-up onto Putty. That's exactly what Newberry needed. They have site control, and we will see a post plan.
And I like it. Again, in the early pistols, great way to kick things off is a gun check. It's a skill check, and I like the fact that they went hard and went quickly. Right now, Avery taking 1 for 1, looking for a little bit more. Hoop with a little bit of a toss over the top side, and is now going to swing left, immediately taken away. It's down to a 1v1. Of course, it is both of the KOs. Hoop stuck with 100 HP and fine, but having to dance around this box. Brutus taking a look, and Hoop says not even close. Couple shots to the dome means that Hoop takes it home.
Very smart play from Hoob as well. Not only did their teammate fall while looking straight at the Cypher, and somehow, by the way, still not finding that kill. You see the Cypher first, yet don't actually... We'll move on. But it's still a situation in which Murray State were playing around information, and because they had the information in their favor, Hoob was able to aggress forward, find out the fact that their counterpart, that being Brutus, was aggressing around the backside of the market drop, and towards the catwalk position. Just like that, they switch their attention. They give it 3 seconds for the swing to come through stairs. It obviously does not happen. They immediately tap the spike again, force out the swing, and the round goes away at Murray State. Of course, Newberry can still buy here. They obviously don't, because it's second round. They're looking to play for third, and a spray from Meep already finds the opener. Advantage, and convincingly so, not only for weaponry, but now in terms of manpower, to Murray State Gold.
They're going to be pretty happy about this. Again, for Murray State, this is a team that is looking to start things off on the right foot. And again, a team not to be trifled with. So for Newberry, you're not really looking at the 0-5. You're saying, look at that game score and know that they're going to scrap for just about everything. And it's a scary one to take a look at. So are they going to do some more work here? Of course, as we said, Newberry working with that save. And we also see what some teams can do on a save. We've seen that things can get messy. Right now, though, it's not going to be so. Newberry can completely demolish here, as one would hope if you're a Murray State Gold fan. Only question is, are they actually going to lose anyone inside of the smoke? Great shots by Hoob to force them out once again. Newberry have not left this B-side home. And Fushi is a reason for that one. Double tap and a flawless round. Murray State retain all players and all weapons.
That's exactly what they need in that conversion round victory. Now this becomes a true bonus. For all of you unfamiliar, you buy in the second round after you win pistol. There goes your economy for the time being, but you don't have to reinvest into that third, meaning even if you lose, you're still perfectly fine to fully invest into rifles into that fourth round of play. That's why it usually becomes the full rifle round, or at least the first one in play. For Murray State Gold, the call here is do economic damage and win the round if you can. That would be an awesome feat for them to pick up this round. Not only does that propel them forward economically, it propels Newberry College back economically. It's a whole lot of damage done they really cannot afford. That is either a very good or a very bad 0 point. I'm almost certain that's not supposed to go all the way towards the backside of spawn. Avery does pick up the opener, though, around towards market. Hoob does want to re-aggress. Flashbang into straight another dark cover, so I guess no aggression.
It was safety over everything else, just trying to throw it out there. But of course, the swing peak Hoob said, ain't going that way. He trades it out, and honestly, a great start here. Peach, though, watching as the teammates take one apiece, and Murray locked down here. Meep hoping for a bit more action as Fushi gets a dome on Brutus. Those Peaches around the corner is going to try and look for it. Plant goes down. Fushi is going to be told to wait, and Peach said you waited a little bit too long. Newberry College go ahead and grab their round. And as you stated before, Light, we are now at the actual start of Valorant. Teams are going to be bringing out the heavy weaponry here in the fourth round.
And notably, it's Murray State Gold to do really what the goal was. They did a little bit of economic damage. 2 kills, sure. It's not the greatest. You could have found 3 or 4, maybe. But the round winning is unlikely unless Newberry College just willy-nilly send it into you, and they just didn't. Brutus, in an odd scenario, is going to somewhat save here, and Newberry College is in now a similar situation as to what Murray State Gold was in the previous round, where they don't have to fully reinvest. Dash away immediately there for Fushi as they pop the tailwind right off the bat, and get the heck out of dodge. A little bit of aggression for Murray State Gold has now been met by Newberry College, who are looking to split A, and very quickly so.
Yeah, it's super important that they do this, but Who right now holding a really nice angle here and inside of the jungle or inside of the little garden scape, whatever you want to call it, is going to be open. Fushi, though, hiding around the side, gets blinded but still takes one. Oh, that feels bad as the Omen is going to go down, and Fushi says, watch this. Avery said, no, I'm the actual Omen. And Putty said, yeah, I saw that. Don't worry. 3v2 as Murray State Gold sitting with a player advantage, but
Oh,
Brutus was about to change that. Got a couple peeks on Putty, not enough to take the life.
it was a headshot as well, just straight through that little flooring part that kind of hurts you later on around. There is a split retake being set up for Murray State. 2 from Heaven, 1 from around that garden side. Now just a 1-1 split. Meep, looking for the opener, will be able to find it. A 1 versus 1 for Peach. Looking to aggress into Heaven and differentiate the 1v1s, but will lose the first. And Murray State Gold win the first gun round, really showing their dominance, even with full rifles in hand.
And I like it, right? That ending was very clean, and I almost want to say surgical, right? Yes, you lost a member. It came down to a 2v2, but it's what you like to see, right? It's very standard. It's very methodical, and you take the angles as you want, right? Moving a player through connector, trying to throw him off, and Meep taking the swing once his teammate walked through. That is showing signs of very nice teamwork, which I think is necessary for a team that is currently sitting 0-5 and looking to, be able to take their first series win. A team that has fought all the way till the end and just narrowly avoided the finish line. What they do need is coordination, and I hope to see a little bit more of this as well.
Keith already finds an opener. Fushi about to walk straight into a tripwire, will instead updraft around it, but the neural theft should give away their whereabouts, and unfortunately landing inaccuracy comes to their demise. Overall, a 2-for-1 trade favoring Newberry College. They will get a spike plant, but it's Murray State Gold prepping a retake. They have absolutely no utility for it other than from the shadows, which at a bare maximum will find you information. Avery has the exact same ultimate of their own, playing towards this A-sided catwalk, of which I don't think is going to be cleared. Of course it's being watched, but the dark cover in front of them will give a false sense of security towards this now retaking squad. Keith gives away the sound cue as to the fact they're aggressing in, but the flank from behind, Peach actually finds the opener. Keith has indeed seen Avery as they look to re-aggress forward, but it's Avery to find the kill, and Putty in a 1 versus 4, at a bare minimum finds a first, will look to back away with their life, and should be successful in doing so, but nonetheless, it's Newberry College to immediately come back into that following round, and shrink that lead right back down to 1.
It feels good, right? For the rounds that have currently gone on, you're losing a pretty much standard 2 or 3 members. This time around, you keep it low, right? Newberry College, they also didn't put really any ultimates into it. Still got the null command, still got your own Blade Storm up and available, so still a decent amount of utility to work with. Murray State, though, running with that 2 or 4 should be one that they pull out here. I don't see any reason they wouldn't. And they're going to try and break in another lead, right? 3-2, kind of standard score, but you don't want to sit on that. You want to bring your lead a little bit more forward, so opening is going to be interesting with Newberry College looking at that A site. Just to see if they can pull this off. Last time they kind of rushed it, so will they try it again?
The odd part about this, especially for the attacking side, is the fact that both teams are trading round for round. So nobody's had the time to really build up an economic advantage, nor economic certainty in each and every round. For instance, you can still see the Blade Storm pop by Newberry. Meep needs to go buy a lottery ticket. They were already expending all their bad luck on the day with being headshot through the wall by a Guardian, no less. Just a single shot managed to find the dome with no prior information needed. Preach. I don't know how they have not been caught. It's actually their own null command rather than their opponent's. They're still aggressing forward, but Keith unable to find the right click, and Peach finds the opener. The Blade Storm comes through, and the fake over towards A seemingly has worked. They have full control towards this B side, with their Omen sitting in CT, and Meep, the opposing Omen, on just 20 HP.
Cover going out.
I mean, this is the best case scenario for Newberry College, and Avery is going to wait around, saw the utility flipped out, and immediately snaps up kills. So Putty, realizing that there was a mistake, but Meep, sitting in pizza, said, nah, you can't get away with it that easily. Peach is now going to walk back and forward. Nemesis is able to flush out too, and it leaves Murray State in a simple state of disbelief. They did buy into that round, so it's a very large economic hit. Newberry College go ahead and tie it up 3-3.
They're able to bring it back, and understandably so, Murray State Gold will call a timeout. They just cannot afford a lot of these rounds that are switching back and forth. It's a similar situation to just teams trading blow for blow, or boxers going punch for punch, where nobody can really gain their footing and set their feet as they propel into a flurry of attacks. There's not that obvious trade of 3 rounds one way, 3 rounds the other, as there usually is, whereas here, Murray State Gold have opened things up with 2 rounds. It was Newberry College with 1, Murray State Gold with 1 more, and then Newberry College just traded 2 back the other way. 2+1 and 2+1 equals 3 twice over. But it's still the situation of nobody really knowing what they should be doing with the amount of credits they have left over after a round that has already been chaotic ends.
And I would also say it's the quality of the rounds that they won, right? Newberry so far has looked a little bit cleaner in these last two, and that's allowed them to have a bit more econ on their side, right? Because you can't just look at the round difference, right? There is a very big difference if a team is currently, 5-2 or something, and they've been winning the last few rounds. But if you consistently gotten locked out and you're living with one player alive, your econ's going to be absolute crap, right? That lead that you would normally expect with a 3-round lead and a 5-2 is very different than, say, winning 2 rounds outright, such as now. And you can see the full buyout, right? Newberry's sitting, even though they've only won 2, with a great amount of weapons and econ still sitting in their pocket. Fushi, though, immediately says, listen, I don't need econ to do anything. All I need is my trusty Marshall, and you will fall.
Marshals are the superior scoped weaponry. Tour de Force and Operator are overrated. That's actually not true. I hate the Marshal with a burning passion, but watching people use it is so much fun. Playing it, can't say the same. Neep, paranoid, out of position, very well placed fragment will force them out into the open, and Brutus finds the opener. There is a trade, overall 2 for 2 in the round, including that opening Marshall shot. So Murray State Gold are still in this round, post timeout, but with so much control here for Newberry College, and a very late rotate from the chamber, they have to fully retake Heaven with 2 players up there, now just 1, still sitting behind that dark cover, and look to retake in through the closed door from the garden position. Not an easy feat by any means for Murray State, of whom has a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, but Putty finds the opener because they didn't shoot the haunt.
Being haunted will get you, but being out in the open will do so much more. Avery and Peach with the crossfire. Putty now with their own Marshall with the Sheriff out is going to look, but Peach said no. 3K to the duelist. Normally a duelist will go in first, but cleaning up with 3 kills at the end means Newberry are now in control. Very nice overtake there on a 4-3. And with the weapons in hand, Murray State Gold are going for broke here. Vandals and an Operator on the back end as well. This is going to be very, very expensive. Newberry College with a well-fought round, bringing out the absolute fangs of Murray State.
Well, Murray State Gold now looking for a return. That round, calling the timeout into it, I'm not a huge fan of. That's a round you send and say, hey, we may have a shot at this, but give it a gamble. This would be the round prior I would have called the timeout to, just because it gives you a little bit of a better chance to win after a timeout. You have full weaponry. Brutus with a gamble shot will take down Hoob, a little bit of help from Avery. An immediate return onto Avery, as ironic as that one sounds, but Chthonic Omen with one of their own. Again, winning the opening trades, Newberry College will get that spike plant, and we will see yet another post plant as Murray State Gold need to retake, but their whereabouts certainly known after the neural theft comes through.
And it feels right now, Newberry, they're getting in their own rhythm, right? You can see them after the first few rounds, they kind of fallen into the same pattern. It's been the attack. It's not been too fast or too slow. It's been very simplistic, right? You take a few moments, you step forward. If you get a frag, great. If not, take it a little bit slower, walk into the site and take a run. It's been nothing explosive, right? No one going out with 3 or 4K, opening up a huge space, because all they have to do is play it nice and slow. But what they are going to have is a big problem leaving Murray State Gold. They have now gotten away all the way through, but Nemesis is going to get clotheslined by that spike. And Murray State Gold live with 2 alive, so Newberry College Varsity, yes, they won the round, but you can see the economic impact that it had right there. They had to rebuy everything.
Honestly, not complaining about that strat from Murray State Gold. I'm really not. I was looking at it and saying, why the heck are they not retaking? Why are they not going? There's not enough time on that spike. And then I realized, well, they're just playing for exits. Albeit very, very close to the spike. But they were still playing for exits. And they were successful. That's the most important part. Well, yeah, they only found 2 of the 4 kills overall. All 4 of the remaining players for Newberry College died. And now, look at this. They're looking to re-aggress, but they're going straight into a Nightfall. I think all 5 players will be hit by that, and they will indeed. The aggression can come through, and through mid it already has. The decay effect has hit 5 players. There's Keith finding an opener. Avery does find a trade. Fushi lucky to be alive. Headshot through a wall, rather than just straight up in the dome. But it's still only a 1-for-1 trade. Never mind. Good night, Peach. How does Hoob hit that one?
Careful.
I don't know, but keep caster cursing him because apparently it's working. Every time he says something, something else happens on the map, and we get some action, right? Newberry currently watching out for some of those positions that can be exploited, and currently they are walking into 2 members. Murray State Gold do have a very nice split of 2 and 2. The only question is, can the 2 here hold off against these 3? Newberry College have done very well in terms of sticking together, not allowing too many chances to be made, and now a little bit of a spot, but Meep gets a beautiful judge play off. It's a 3K! No sound, no problem. Meep meeps away and steals away around. Murray State Gold hold off the B push.
Coyote couldn't get him on that one. The Roadrunner off with his, well, spoils, I suppose, of stealing away that one. Even caught with the C's, apparently didn't care. Could have taken his headphones off for that one with all the information he was gaining from them. Nonetheless, it's still a very good round victory from Murray State Gold. They walked into it with, albeit not a weapon advantage, but certainly an advantageous position from the previous round. Newberry College not able to save anything over. And then you find 2 openers off a little bit of a flank, and, you know, Hoop being kind of insane, dropping Peach out of thin air. And then off of that, just like that, well, oh yeah, we have an Omen who has a judge and a jury and the executioner. Easy round win, and a very well-timed fragment. Hoop gotta go counting his lucky stars on that one. That saved him 5-6 seconds.
I mean, it definitely did, and Brutus now opening up here with that null command is going to get flushed out by Fushi. Fushi's just waiting, yeah, finally going ahead, cleaning that one up so the team knows, but Newberry College used that time to go ahead and get the plan down and allowed Avery to swing around. Beautiful shot there to clean up. Meep is going to find Nemesis and down to a 3v3. Hoop on the top side is looking for a little bit more, 10 HP for another opportunity to take a shot. Again, 10 HP only. You see your foot, you are taken down, and Avery and Peach take one apiece. Meep has no chance standing in open doors, and Newberry College go ahead and maintain their lead. Last round was an anomaly. They say that's all it's going to be.
That round was also a head-scratcher. As to how it really transpired, Avery just walked in through that catwalk position, finds a free opener, but at the same time, the other Omen, Meep, was flanking, and it was able to take Nemesis down in A main. There was that flank coming through in the final engagement, by the way, but Peach didn't apparently care about it. With Avery still flanking now in through the window, walking up towards heaven and finding yet another really point-of-view splitting kill, it forced Murray State Gold on that retake to look in 2 completely different directions at the exact same time. That being heaven and hell. And I don't know if you're the devil or an angel, but in either scenario, you don't want to be looking in either direction at the exact same time. Keith and Fushi both finding headshots, one with a headhunter, one with the sheriff, but it's still Murray State Gold to find 2 of 3 openers and look for more. Who will find that one through the wall, but it's still advantage Murray State Gold. They can actually retrieve some of these rifles as well.
I mean, they could, unless Fushi is able to grab a bit more info. Again, immediately pop the Blade Storm as soon as you can see it. So saying, hey, give us a chance here. Brutus running around the edge, and Meep is going to get cleaned up. Roadrunner has been caught. Looking for 2 more, though. Just want a little bit of time. Fushi running off in the angle inside of B Hall, saying, hey, I know someone's coming up on the back end. It's going to swing around the side, and Fushi lays into them. And now Hoob getting spotted on their own, 13 HP. It's very easy, but that's a clutch up. We didn't even see it. Avery was able to find the jet on the back end, 3Ks it out, and Newberry College sit home with a 3-round lead.
Such a smart play from Avery as well. A lot of times, you know, there's 1 versus 2 scenarios. You need to differentiate your 1 versus 1s. When you're walking straight into a crossfire, how do you do it? You A, take away their line of sight. B, make sure they have absolutely no way to give communications with their teammates. Or C, nearsight them. Paranoia, straight to CT, take the fight with main, where you 100% know someone's about to peek. That, of course, being Fushi with the Blade Storm out. Take that swing, win the fight, and gamble your shots on the swing towards CT. It worked out. I don't know how you survive on 13 HP there. Fushi sees 3 different players and decides, I'm not going to take that fight. And understandably so. We'll back away. Murray State Gold, however, need to win this round. They cannot afford an 8-4 split on their defense.
Fushi saying, hey, I'm really glad I had a dash right there. That was so dangerous. Right now, here comes the cleanup, though. Chthonic, Omen, and Avery are going to go ahead swinging to A side. And again, like I said, Newberry College have looked excellent in terms of their teamwork, in terms of established plays wherever they want to go. And now comes the neural theft. This is going to open up such a large opportunity again. You were saying, hey, Murray can't really afford to give away this round. Well, the problem is they don't have a choice. Meep, though, says, hey, give me that judge shot. Now locked inside of the small field. Gonna get some help from the teammate, but NECC was ready to go underneath Heaven. And it's an easy cleanup. 8-4 is the round score. Newberry College gonna go ahead and lock away that first half.
NECC has the best timed movement in North America. I don't know how in the world you're even allowed to pull that one off. You move away from the back right corner as soon as the cyber cage falls. You're not in the back left corner, so you can't be cleared. They just don't expect you to be dead center, because they cleared that already, albeit 7 seconds prior. Not their fault at all. They thought hell was clear. That is not Murray State Gold's fault at all. That is just very good timed movement from NECC, and overall, a very well-played half from Newberry College. That's a half they needed. 8-2 split to open things up when you still are looking for a second series win and making sure that, well, Murray State Gold can't pick up their first. That's how you do it. You pick up a very good attacking half on your own map pick. Also, very well-placed Paranoia will allow Peach to swing, and they're looking to back away. They will do so as a pair and make it out with that opening pick and an extra 50 damage, but they've also, well, been traded about 50 damage as well.
And the fact that Newberry were very confident in that swing as well, right? Like, they just went for it. They said, hey, look, we can take them off guard with this aggression. And it works in their favor. Great HP damage. They were able to get a frag as well. And now Murray State are kind of wondering, like, are they going to do that peak once again? Are they going to cause some problems? Can we actually leave and rotate out? Can we not? They're sending a lurker right around to the connector, and Brutus might be able to pick up that frag, but only time will tell. 55 seconds left. Murray State Gold deciding what they want to do here. Goes a little bit of a suppression, but Brutus says, I don't even need that one. Keith taken out on the doorsteps.
Bushi on this late rotate up through Catwalk. They wanted a 2-2 split on towards A. Now it's going to be a 2-1. Fushi will at least find that opener and give them an avenue on towards the site. Avery, my apologies, the last line of defense on the site itself will find an opener and a follow-up as well. The headshot on towards Putty leaves Meep in a 1 versus 4. I don't even think the Acme company could save them at this point. Avery will find their third, and this time the Roadrunner does not make it away from the explosives, nor the hail of gunfire in their general direction. Newberry College will walk away with this second half pistol.
I mean, when Wild Lee Coyote upgrades to the premium package of Acme, there are some problems there, right? Like, that's what you're looking at here. Meep currently 12-10. It's not bad. And again, leading their team in the current KDA area, you're still looking for a little bit more, right? We saw some glimpses early on in the match. We saw what they could do with a little bit of teamwork when they can set up. And now they're being given that chance somewhat, but Newberry are saying, we understand you're a team that wants to set up, that wants to kind of play to your own tune. Because of that, we're actually going to force you into improper positions. Putty, though, gets a great spray and is able to take a few home. Avery responds in kind and leaves them with just 1 left. And even they are taken away. Meep is the last one to fall as Newberry College go ahead and claim their anti-eco, which is standard. It was a well thought out plan. Murray State were able to grab 2, and now comes the big question mark. In comes this bonus for Newberry if they win, setting at 11. Murray State Gold, they want this one to go ahead and ramp themselves up for a nice comeback on their opponent's map pick.
They need to win this round. They need to do so cleanly. If Murray State Gold lose any more than, I'd say 3 players, if they lose 3 or more, I still think they lose the following. Because Newberry College will just be in such a good position. Nice spot of the bear, by the way, there, Carol. Shout out to our production staff on the day, by the way. Shiro, our producer, SGK Carol, our observer on the evening, here for both series, just as we are on this one. But, going back to the point of the round, if Newberry College Varsity win this round, the map's over. Done, dusted, down the drain. I'm sorry, there's no beating around the bush on that one. If Murray State College win this round, they're in a good spot, but they have to do so and keep rifles on the board. I'm saying 3 or more to be in a good spot. If you keep just 3, I'd suppose you're okay. Hoob, very lucky to drop Chthonic Omen, who decided not to move after being seen on the backside of that triple box. But Brutus has found a flank. Looking for the opener, will at least find one before falling. So not the worst thing in the world there for the KO. An immediate trade is indeed found. They're looking to retake from this Heaven position, spray with the Spectre does indeed find one. The Ares retrieve looking for Keith. The spray not gonna land. The refrag coming through,
Oh
but
my
Keith
gosh.
doesn't land the shot. And the reposition, Avery doesn't either. It's down to Preach in a 1 versus 3. They can't do anything about it. Keith will be able to turn on them and find the kill they're looking for. Murray State Gold keeps 3 rifles on the board. I suppose they're in a decent spot, just as I said.
I would just like to point out, in that topside heaven play, Avery got sprayed through the smoke and was living on a single piece of HP. That's how low they got from a spray, a blind spray, and then walked out and said, I got nothing else to live for. Let's go ahead and try and fight this out. So that was, to even be allowed to continue moving out and try and make a play off of that was ridiculous. Murray State now in a full gun round along with Newberry. This is where Newberry are going to get real tactical here. Remember, this is what they like to do. They like to play aggressive. They like to play up front, even on their defensive side. They know they have a tactical advantage. And Brutus able to follow up behind, is able to lay in. Nemesis going to find Hoop's head. And they're looking for just a bit more. Meep is going to find Brutus, but a follow-through by Putty is going to be quite scary. A little bit of a swing. Keith able to help out on the side. So teammates backing teammates up leads everyone to a 3v3. Peach? Oh, Peach. Peach with 10 HP. Are you going to hide? Are they going to check the corner? They should. They should easily do so, and they do. Murray State Gold in a 3v2 situation.
Actually, a really well-placed Nightfall as
Oh.
well. Avery doesn't care. Still finds the opener. Is able to get out with their life as well. Prowler finds them. I don't think they're particularly too worried about that. Dark cover towards CT will relegate line of sight for the time being. Avery still having one of their own around towards main, and as soon as it falls, so does Meep. A 1 versus 2 from Putty. Being swung from both angles at seemingly the exact same time. Katana Goman will be the one to find the kill, though, and Newberry College just 2 rounds away from closing out this first map of play, albeit it is indeed their map selection, so this is as expected. Them, of course, winning their own map pick, but doing so in a 13-5, possibly, advantage on Ascent? That really shows dominance.
And again, for the side of Murray State, they have only had, I want to say, 2 series that have been this locked out, and they did not feel good, right? The only time that they really had an issue like this come up was against ERAU Varsity, which they got locked out 3-13 and 2-13. All the rest of their games have been well and above the 5-round limit. Or the 5-round current status that they have now, which were closer towards that 10 or 8 rounds to one of their losses. So for this team, not only I understand it's Newberry's pick, but for Murray State, I think for their mental, they want to get more rounds, right? This could easily influence them for the next round as well, or for the next map, which is very, very dangerous. You do not want to go into the second map on a loss with a bad mental. You go into it with an understanding that, hey, we got close. That feels a lot better, I think.
Oh, and Peach is going to swing for an opener. Scopes in for some unknown reason. Does find one. Swings for a second. The fragment luckily doesn't extend
Oh my
fully towards
gosh.
them, and finds another through the feet of Hoob, of whom has now been traded upon just the same. Keith with the tour de force out, alongside Meep. Certainly possible here for Murray State Gold. The Shrouded step in towards their own dark cover means Avery will not get that line of sight, and there's a decent position for the Omen to lock down. I do think they've been seen. The reposition from this Cypher, and they now definitely have, but the swing around and the trade towards a different rifle, the kill from behind will lead to their demise. A 1 versus 2 for Keith. Spike has been retrieved. Dark cover straight towards that main position, but Avery, I think, has been seen on the backside of Generator. Now Shrouded steps away towards the backside of Triple, but the Headhunter finds the headshot. A well-placed mark on towards them will land with that haunt, and the Prowler as well lands on towards them. They look to swing them, but they go close! You near sight somebody, and then you go in their near sight! What is the thought process? Newberry College should be on map point! Oh my goodness gracious.
Nemesis tried to get cheeky. Only a few bullets left in the tank, and I have a feeling you knew that was going to happen and still went for it anyway. Maybe just to try and make the knife play. But you can't do that. Oh my gosh, Nemesis kind of kicking themselves here. And again, they do have a decent amount of wiggle room to work with. It still feels bad, right? Like, that was a round that they definitely should have won. So Murray State understanding that they got kind of a free opportunity, and they're going to try and do as much work as possible with the Newberry College for all the rounds that they won. have not actually been able to secure a solid econ lead. So saw a couple members walking around with only pistols. And Nemesis and Peach are going to do their best to reset. That's 2 resets here for Peach. Are you looking for another? Nemesis said, hey, don't worry about the reset. I'll grab a Vandal for myself. And just like that, Newberry go, what happened last round? Nothing. Nemesis already made up for it. And you're looking for just one more. One more in the corner, Keith. Oh, Keith, you poor thing. Able to take one on your own. I mean, you got 55 seconds. What are you going to do here? What are you going to do? Peach, is this going to be another scenario? All right. Kathop, I think they spotted. Yeah. Keith sees it. Knife out. That's going to be a 3rd reset. You don't even need it. So 13 round over to Newberry College. I mean, they made up for it, but still, like, that should have been... It feels like this should have been game already.
Yeah, that was also a very chaotic round. Peach very well aimed. I don't think they had the information as to how low Keith was on the other side. It was just a single body shot that was required with the Blade Storm, by the way. Each blade does 50 damage to the waist and up. So just hit your body shots, kids. 3 times over, bang, you have a kill. A lot of people will try and oversend for headshots. Kind of like what Peach just did. You saw the late flick for that kill. I don't like that, personal opinion, because it leaves you susceptible to just missing that shot in its entirety. But Peach doesn't care about missing Blade Storm shots, can just go for operator body shots, and will find a second as well. Look to back away with their life, they will do so indeed, and repeat for a 3rd. 3 kills there for Peach. Brutus with one of their own. Meep in a 1 versus 5 has already used From the Shadows to get back towards Heaven. Will look to aggress through the dark cover that's been put down, but as soon as it falls, Avery will follow. Peach now looking towards the backside though.
Oh my god!
4K, and Newberry College will walk away with the map victory. Peach just casually finds 7 kills in back-to-back rounds to make up for that was a mistake in round number 19 or round number 17. Nonetheless, it is a map victory there for Newberry College.
I love to think that that Peach saw that last round with Nemesis and like, we ain't letting this happen. I'm sorry, we're not letting this happen. Went straight beast mode at the end of it. Said, let's just finish this off. Humongous plays at the end. And granted, Nemesis, yes, you went for a flashy play. I understand it. You're probably feeling good, and it's great to see players actually having that amount of fun. I will say, for as rough as it looked, have fun with it. And if you're in a playful mood, if you are feeling that good about the rounds, more power to you, right? I'm very excited to see what Newberry College can continue to do. Murray State Gold gonna have to do their best to try and kick things up. So we'll go ahead, go to a very, very short break, get ready to go for our map number 2, and see if Murray State Gold can try and make a comeback. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for our second game here on the day. And again, it is looking like an uphill battle for Murray State Gold as Newberry seem pretty much on point. We know Murray State like to scrap. My gosh, Newberry take the scrap and more. A convincing 13-5, I believe there. It was a little bit eccentric at the very end, but you know what? We'll let it pass. It was very fun to watch. Taking a look at game number 2, though, it is going to be Murray State Gold's map pick. And I think they might have a little something to say about that.
Yeah, and they'll start off on the attacking side. It really depends on the day between whether the attacking side's favored or the defensive side's favored. I'm going to go with, at this level of play, it comes down to the teams. This is about Ascendant, give or take. Depends on what the team is. It's usually Ascendant, High Diamond. You may see an Immortal here and there, but it's relatively rare. So, given that level, which is just above my level, not too far, you're looking at just depending on the day. That's what it comes down to. It's who's hitting their shots, which individual skill is a very big thing when it comes down to Icebox. Landing those all-important long-range domes can make or break a round. Also, who's got the op? That's the other question. There's no real compositional changes. I think we'll see no out-of-the-blue agent selections. What you should be seeing here, and it's a relatively concrete pick, is a Sova, most likely a KO. If you're really feeling frisky, you may bring another Initiator, but most of the time that's the call. It'll be a Chamber, maybe a Sage, again, if you're feeling frisky, and a Controller, most of the time being Viper. I don't see anything else being the case. Sometimes you'll see a Jet on the board as well, but a lot of times you're looking at double Initiator and or double Sentinel alongside, well, Viper.
And I think that is very important to take a look at because that is a composition that I think strays a little bit further than what we saw in game number 1, right? Saw a little bit more front head style, and this time around it's a little bit more of, as you said, an already concrete setup. You already kind of know what you're going up against, and it's gonna be pretty all in set. You can see here the Sages being put out here, which is a little bit again old school tactics. I always feel, yes, it's always nice to have, but it's very much the utility base. It's not as much as, you know, the aggressive side of things. So we'll see if it's going to be full Mirren. And I think the only difference that we have here, trying to guess all the way through, I think it is going to be that Sova versus Fade. Yeah, so a little bit of a difference there. Keith and Nemesis going to be trying to round out for their teams. And to give you a little bit of an understanding there, it was Keith had a 15-15-4 on the Chamber last time, and Nemesis was right behind in the econ rating, sitting there at 13-13-6. So both players still going to be bringing that sort of information to the table.
Yeah, and coming into this, I think Nemesis is a little bit favored in the information-based Initiator lineup between the two teams. Hoob and Brutus are back on that KO combination. I don't see any outliers in that scenario. I am a little surprised that Nemesis is bringing the Fade. I am not a Fade fan on Icebox. Personal opinion, I just do not think her kit really lines up. You don't have as much open space. B site is really the call for the haunts. Onto A, they're relatively easily shot out. Maybe you can throw them in a very intricate angle up towards the ceiling, but even then you have to be some lineup Larry for that one. And, you know, my fellow Ascendant friends, I don't think are all that encouraged to go open YouTube videos for lineups as it stands. So Sova lineups are much easier, and at a bare minimum, you can just do some quick lineup trigonometry and try and find something that works out for you. Avery walks straight through Meep's Poison Cloud and finds the opener. Absolutely no care in the world, and Newberry College find the first kill of the map.
This is still very much within line of how Newberry like to play. It's just very much in your face, right? Normally we'll see a very passive setup here on Icebox. It's very much, okay, we're going to go ahead, hang back, play the standard, you know, default setup. No, Newberry say, listen, if we're going to take control, we're going to take control whether on the attack or defense. And it's very rare that you see someone on the attacking side have to play this defensive. Defaults is understandable. Playing defensive like this and actually hiding from your own back end is a terrifying situation to be in. Of course, it is only the pistol round, so it's not too much of a worry, but it still feels kind of bad. That's all I'm going to say there.
Attempting to aggress. I don't know if they're going to clear out Chthonic Omen. They do indeed see the Sage, but luckily Chthonic Omen gets the help from that toxic screen. It's the decay effect that actually plays into the favor of the Sage, albeit they still fall. But overall, it's that one-for-one trade that really comes through when push comes to shove. A Haunt's going to be thrown on top of Heaven rather than below. Well, Nemesis actually trying to make up their mind in that scenario. We'll throw it in the correct position, and Putty will not be scanned out, but will at minimum shoot it. And they know that Putty's sitting in hell. They have to swing onto him, and will be able to find the kill. The swing from Nemesis, looking to drop Fushi, but Fushi needs to find this kill before they even hop on the spike. Only one shot left with that Headhunter, and they're just looking for a kill. They hop on the strike, trying to bait them off the angle. Nemesis does find the kill, but I do not know if they have the time. They'll hop on the spike. It's going to be very, very close. They should indeed have it. Newberry College will win the pistol.
Yeah. We say close. I mean, 2.5 seconds. That still feels really good. And for them, you do want to have that efficiency. This is a team that, again, as we said, is playing off the fact that they won game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. And I would like to say I did make a mistake last time. It was 13-6, not 13-5, giving respect to every round won by Murray State.
I held up 6 fingers when you said it.
Oh yeah. See, listen, this is the point where I say I don't like to look at Time to Light. He's too beautiful for me, so I just can't. I can't stare at him too long, or else I lose my train of thought. So
forehead, you go.
There's a reason that you're called Time to Light. It's it looks like a beacon at the top. But for everything up there, Nemesis saying, "Listen, I'm a beacon of death as well." Nemesis bringing 3 kills down, make it 4. Makes it look so easy. What is with Newberry and just bringing the marshals, bringing these one shots out?
One shot, 1 kill. Sometimes that's all you need. Newberry College do find that all-important opener, and most importantly in that round, keeping players alive. You look at their deaths, they have 4 deaths through the team, all of those in the pistol round. I don't know if y'all saw where it said flawless in all capital letters across the screen. They found one. And that's exactly what they needed in the conversion round. They didn't find that in the second half of the previous map, just as Murray State Gold did in the first half of the previous map. That's a weird lineup, by the way. I think that goes around towards B main, if I remember correctly. Should land on top of the box without having to fully run that direction and try and jump right-click. So, weird, but I suppose it functions if it lands.
Ooh. A little bit of a jiggle right there, and Nemesis was baited out with the first shot. Information is given away that the Marshal is on B along here. The hallway is going to be lit up here. That does mean that Murray State are actually going to swing closer into A. And Hoop says, hey, I may have found an opening. Is able to get one shot, immediately rounds the way back. And Avery is going to watch as the team is going to get lit up. Newberry College trying to hide out and wait, but Putty finds Brutus through the smoke wall. Looking for a very, very quick plant. Heath is going to lay that one down. 50 seconds left in regular time. Now, with the plant timer, it's going to be a big, big difference. Peach hiding out in the poison, saying, give me just a little bit of time.
I don't think this is going to be a successful retake for Newberry. Look at the position from Murray State. They have vacated the site itself. Not a single player's on that site. They do have the toxic screen to try and retake, so that's at least a little bit of a benefit for them, trying to play around that toxic screen. But it doesn't fully extend because of the plant spot. They should be perfectly fine to hold this at bare minimum. You'll see a little bit of economic damage done here by the Marshal. They need to find a kill. I just do not think that's going to be the case, and it doesn't. It's now a return flawless for Murray State Gold. They say anything you can do, we can do with guns. And they do so successfully. Now, a full gun round. Just as we saw in round 4 of our previous map, however, this time, it's Newberry College with the lead heading into it.
I think they're going to be real happy about that one. Again, you know you're going to be losing that bonus, right? That's what you go into the bonus usually thinking is, we do not have the gun advantage. We're actually just looking to take a kill or 2 off. And that's where it feels really bad. Newberry College is unable to grab a single player off, meaning Murray State Gold, even if they lose this one, are going to have a completed buy round. Last time it was kind of broken. I think we saw 1 or 2 sitting with just pistols or an SMG on the back end. This time, if they lose, Newberry understand that Murray State will be coming out with guns hot once again. And that's where the danger lies. So Murray State right now pushing on their own, still playing a little bit more default with the spike leaning towards that A site. But you want to find that first shot off, and Peach said, hey, I did notice them. Let's go ahead and start rotating a few members back. You can see the passive fallback on B just saying, hey, just in case, please get in position.
Does seem like they're looking to split B. No, actually, it's just a full send from B main itself. An odd scenario for Murray State Gold. A lot of the times in their attacking side, you saw them try to split a site as much as they could. Toxic screen across the site to make sure they relegate any possibility of line of sight. 0 point land with 3 different players. That's information and a lack of abilities, but lack of gunfire, not so much. Preach, luckily for them, does not land that opening shot. Chthonic Omen does find a trade. 1-for-1 overall in the round, so a 4 versus 4 retake now established. Boost position being played by Peach on the backside of CT, but they still don't find a kill. It's Nemesis the next to fall. Again, a 1-for-1 trade, but it still is not benefiting Newberry College. Finally it does, and Keith is low on the backside of yellow. An operator shot will certainly take them away, and that may be the case. It is indeed. It's Peach to find a triple. The operator does indeed reign true in 3 different 1v1 fights. Newberry College will win the first real gun round and continue their reign of supremacy when rifles are indeed in their favor. The question now remains, does Murray State Gold pick up where Newberry College left off and look to tie things up 3 apiece?
You know, I would like to say they could. The problem is it was Peach that sealed the deal there, right? Like, the crossfire that they set up over on the B side, very, very efficient. You actually saw Peach take a peek over towards that box angle before, and then notice a teammate was already watching and said, okay, I gotta look on the other side. The communication that's currently going through Newberry, very, very clear and very concise. And we know what Peach can do just in the individual skill aspect, right? We saw that Peach ran 2 rounds in a row, and that's continuing now. You gave him a single-shot weapon. You gave Peach a single-shot weapon, and they are now going to, I feel, at least run very, very rampant, and that is terrifying to think about.
Peach now playing towards Ninja. Nemesis actually finds the opener on the round, though. Hoob is very far forward in Maze, but has been seen by Avery, and will, in response, will back away, and understandably so. You don't want to over-aggress in a position you are taken away from. Peach, not so much. We'll find an opener. Headshot onto Keith. Cleaning house, looking for another. We'll find that as well. No chill from Peach, finding a 3K in back-to-back rounds. Try to make it a 4th. We'll find that as well. 7 kills in 2 rounds. Peach will not and cannot be stopped.
What did I just say, Light? What did I just say? It feels like there is a point where you just have to say a player is on right now. Like, they are in the zone. Peach has done it, right? Peach is absolutely on one right now, going through an absolute tear, shutting down Murray State, and again, we are seeing Murray be able to spot out these players. We're seeing them be able to see Peach. It's just the reaction times that are just not in their favor right now. Newberry College right now wondering if Murray State actually bought into it, and if they did, that's great. If not, which has been evident now, this is going to push them a little bit farther forward, but Fushi says, listen, we didn't actually buy, but we're bringing the ultimates out. 2 out of 4 is currently in play.
Problem that remains, can you take care of Peach? You can have a tour de force all you want. If Peach still has the operator, you're not going to do a damn thing about him. Still a weird position for Newberry, to be completely honest with you. Chthonic Omen is seen and backs away. We'll also find that opener. And I was talking about Peach, who's still alive, still has an operator, and still is not dead. Finds another kill. That is now 8 kills in 3 rounds, and the third of which is still not over. Fushi trying to get aggressive with this rendezvous alongside Tour de Force. But it's the toxic screen going across this A site, trying to relegate again. Line of sight, the problem now remains. They still have not cleared out the stage, and they're trying to aggress in towards Maze, of which they don't have long line of sight. Brutus with a double. Newberry College with 5 of 6 rounds here on Icebox. The defensive side looking staunch, and Murray State Gold opening things up on the back foot again.
And I just want to say, that play right there, that was one of the more exceptional plays from Chthonic Omen and Brutus, right? That was, the wall went up from Chthonic, and the enemies, Murray State went, oh yeah, we can go this route, and then couldn't, and that was the signal, right? Brutus being able to throw in. It was perfect coordination from 2 members to clean that up without losing more members, and that is going to lock Murray State into this kind of financial ping pong, right? They are going to have to buy back and forth. The mental, though, is what I'm very worried about. Being completely routed like that gives them not such a great feeling. The feeling of being read consistently can cause a lot of mental barriers when you're trying to go for some of these plays.
I would have some mental barriers if I was just, facing Peach. I'd be like, okay, what is the shortest line of sight on the map, and how do I live there for the rest of the series? Well, the answer is there really isn't one, unfortunately, here on Icebox. That's one problem you may run into. Opener goes the way of Brutus, but Keith finds the return. Not a doubled up one, though. Chthonic plays around the backside of the triple box, and they don't clear him! No communication means no kill for Murray State Gold! Where are the comms? The question, actually, for them, where is the Sage? The answer, killing your team! A 4K for Chthonic Omen, as Newberry College will not be stopped, and that is my feeling exactly, Chthonic, picking up with the Cypher in the previous map, now here with the Sage. Why in the world not?
That had to be like the most cathartic 4K we've seen in a while, because it was just perfect,
the most
right?
Chthonic.
Listen, I was gonna go for it, but you dang it. It was perfect, right? Yeah, it was beautiful to watch though. Again, every player now, off the back of Peach's amazing plays, has stepped up to the plate, and you can see this, right? It kind of branches into your players as time goes on. You can see, that bleeding effect of, okay, one of our players is doing well, we're feeling great, right? This ability to kind of have that shot caller, that leader right there, bolster your team. Now, Nemesis maybe not feeling it as well, but to always know that you have a player on the back end like that can lead to these crazy situations. Avery going ahead, snatching away 1 overall after the revive, but it's more than enough as Chthonic again sends their regards to Keith.
Fushi can find another kill. Yeah, why not? Continue where you left off. Fushi in a 1 versus 3 has now been seen, does actually find the kill, so I think for the first time in this map, Fushi has won the chamber battle. It's really not going to matter. I do think that operator may be retrieved. No, so a little bit of an extra, a bit of credits having to be spent on the defensive side. They're not too concerned, however. They have found, I'm going to say it, the Brazil.
And I'm also going to say that, contrary to how Murray State did it last time, I wish we had seen a timeout come out when the score was like 5-1, right? Before we saw it happen at
like
3-3, I believe is what we saw, right? Like we saw it at 3-3, and at least I was kind of sitting there going, why would you call it now, right? Why would you call it now when it's even, right? It's even, you're okay, you can still try and play it out, grab a few more rounds. Right now, at this point, the game has gotten out of control. For Murray State, this would be the perfect time to do so because you're lax like this. Peach being allowed to walk all the way through mid and get a free shot like that with no one looking in their direction is a heartbreaking moment.
Again, the opener goes the way of Newberry. There is a trade, only one though, and Nemesis just swings from the backside of yellow and finds a double. Keith on the site is known, however, their position not so much. The reposition towards the backside of B main, lucky for Nemesis. Well, unluckily, I suppose, does not find the kill, but they reposition towards the backside of yellow now, and again, don't find the kill. Finally, they do. I believe they were actually hit with the recon bolt. They were indeed. That's actually really funny. Nonetheless, it's still a 1 versus 2 for Meep on the backside of CT. Knows at minimum where that Nemesis player is, but now it's a 1v3, and they're dead. Nemesis finds a 4K, another multi-frag round for a member of Newberry College Varsity. I believe that is 5 through 8 rounds, if I've done my note-taking correctly, and they have now found 8 of 9 rounds victorious in their favor.
Like, this is... At this point, they're just going for highlight reels, right? Like, the players are legit just like, hey, listen, I know I could help you in a 2v1 and, be able to lock this down without losing that chance. Now, I'm just going to go revive my teammate. You got it, right? The confidence that you have to give your teammates these opportunities is out of this world. Newberry College, if this is a squad, if they can play like this all the time, their 1-3 current record, which feels like it could be 2-3 after this round, they feel like a team that could absolutely make a playoff run, again, if they can keep this level of play all the way through the regular season.
I mean, they're 1-3, but it really doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. They have won a single series, yet you could have fooled me telling me they came in undefeated here, and I honestly believe you. That's obviously not the case. Nonetheless, they're still looking good. Bit of opening damage has been relegated by that... or nullified, I suppose is the correct adjective, by the healing orb of the Sage on Murray State, so nothing really doing in that scenario. Putty walking straight into a long line of sight. Avery doesn't actually take the fight, though. Shot lands in terms of the Owl drone, and they do damage onto Brutus, and because of that scan, they're actually able to aggress. Viper Spit will be used for the first time on either team. It is currently round number 10, by the way. And Avery may have the opportunity to use theirs. I don't know if that's going to be the case. They're looking to drop down towards the bottom side of heaven, and they will indeed. The land of the Nightfall will give information as the whereabouts of just about everybody here for the attacking side. Snakebite in towards the site, but there's the return of that Viper's Pit. Luckily, theirs does not fall. Keith finds a return, though. But Avery does! Oh, no.
I can't believe that just happened. Meep being given the opportunity here, and Chthonic, you should know where they are.
No
and
way.
Meep takes a swing and a half. Meep says we are not going down out of this round without a fight. 8-2 is a score. Yes, you expended just about every ultimate in the book. Oh, it was so necessary, though.
That is still insane to me. I don't know how in the world Meep decides, oh yeah, Viper's Pit, I'm going to use this, and I'm going to have a judge ready for it. That's something you really don't prep for all the time. Nonetheless, it is still a round victory for Murray State Gold. If you're going to win a round, doing it in that fashion, I suppose, is the way to do so. You did only use one ultimate. The Viper's Pit, you have to use at some point. I don't think they're going to be able to bring it back up in the next round and a half in order to be able to use it again. But it's still really advantage Murray State because of how many ultimates they forced out of this Newberry College side. The Nightfall alongside the opposing Viper's Pit. I think the Null command was used in the earlier part of the map or round as well. It's really only Tour de Force, of which really isn't required here for each, considering they have so many credits. Seize is thrown out. That finds one player, but really not all important to the round outcome. A Haunt as well, looking to aggress here for Nemesis. I don't know if that's even going to land. It does indeed. However, it doesn't find information as to anybody's whereabouts. There are 5 players on either side of B main.
Well, make that one less. Nemesis is going to fall here. Peach ready to go, and he just had a little bit more difficult time now as Murray State are going a little bit quicker, and Hoob says, hey, Peach, you tried your best, but you are dead. Quick plant goes down for Murray State. Hey, guess what, though? Brutus says, at 2, and Hoob says, at 2 indeed. Keith is going to find Avery's life, and Newberry completely off guard, left with a 1v3. He's going to be looking for a bit more, has to break that wall, and unfortunately gives a lot of information away. You're going to try your best. Chthonic just going to go for at least one more kill. And you got to look on the right side. Take a pick. 50-50. Shows the 0% there. Meep goes. Thank you very much. And they get 3 back. Murray State Gold sitting 5 behind.
It was actually a 0% chance of winning any fight if you looked in either direction. It was a direct opposing crossfire on the other side of that wall. That's how difficult taking that fight is. Nonetheless, it is still advantage towards Newberry College. They will have the lead, and notably, Preach decides to pop the Tour de Force, while still having a Phantom ready, should they need it. I don't think they will, considering how definitive they've been, but maybe they're better with the more Valorant operator than the Counter-Strike-esque operator, that being the Tour de Force. They are looking to get aggressive, and there's really nothing in terms of information early to snuff out their whereabouts, and then as soon as I say that, a Recon Bolt is used. So Preach luckily avoids that 0 point, but doesn't avoid the Recon Bolt, and immediately dies. That's the opener they've been looking for. Peach dead early and immediately.
Oh, and this rotate around Meep. This time being the one allowed to go through the mid. Yes, you only get one, but it's enough to break open that site. And again, Hoob has been very proactive these last few rounds. I think all 3 rounds that we've seen so far in these past have felt a bit more in their favor because Hoob is going aggressive, because Hoob is kind of taking that initiative and coin flipping those early first floods. Right now, though, Fushi getting tagged up and immediately called out. Chthonic Omen said, hey, I know where Putty is going to land. And Fushi gets a jumping Omen. Are you kidding me? What a beauty of a shot. And Hoob is able to find one more. Halfway down, Nemesis is going to have to get back. And you do! The back-to-back tosses of that round leave Newberry in a 1v0 situation. Murray State Gold, they fought their hardest, and I give them so much credit there. But at the end of the day, it's Nemesis to clutch out a 9th round.
It's insane from Nemesis. I don't know how in the world they were able to see Putty or Meep or anybody. I don't get it. I barely saw. I have X-ray vision, and I couldn't see them. That is insane. Very well played, and nice shot out as well. The mechanical skill, sometimes the underrated part of clutches. The brain power is what we really bring into the forefront of focus, but, well, skill helps as well, I suppose. That was a true 1 versus 2. They did get the spike to half, so that helped out just a little bit in the attacking side. I believe it was Avery sticking it forward. I do think they may have been able to get it all the way through, but Hoob did indeed take them away. Nonetheless, second half pistol. This needs to be a win for Murray State Gold. I think they're in a similar situation as to what they were before. You lose the pistol and the conversion, you're probably out of the map. Here, you lose the pistol conversion, you're out of the series.
This is going to be one of those moments that you are either ready to break it open or not. Pistols are ready to be holden. Murray State Gold, this is now their defensive side, and Nemesis said, hey, our aggression's back on point, able to get first blood. Hoob finds a very weak Nemesis, only 24 HP after being shot up in the first round. Keith ready to go with a little bit of backdoor wanting, rounding out with the rest of the team, and finds just a sage wall in front. So Newberry College playing this one a little bit rougher as Putty finds Brutus. Puts it to a 2v4.
Weird from Brutus. A little bit of a lack of early reaction time meant they fell early in that. Chthonic Omen playing on top of their own wall.
Oh, no way.
Trying to play a sneaky angle, but Keith's seemingly aware of it. Anytime you see a wall nowadays, you have to look above it, and Keith does. But the timing gives Peach an opportunity to cross, and now looking to find the kill will be able to do so. What is that timing?
Oh my gosh.
Tactical first-person shooters and timing playing now into the favor of Newberry College. Chthonic Omen not getting the spike down. I don't know why. They had B main control. I just do not think they knew it. They could have played post-plant. What is going on?
You know, we like to always call out what they should do, and hindsight is always 20/20. But the fact of the matter is Newberry College and Murray State were not working with the information that we had. We see everything. They only see a little bit. So Newberry College tried to go for that kill, tried to clear out that opportunity, especially when you don't have wall. And you unfortunately fall for it. Of course, that is only a pistol. You're not too worried about it. Murray State Gold gonna feel real confident with that and be able to try and push their way with a pretty heavy buy. Newberry College, though, still have a very large round difference that they're more than happy to try and save up in this anti-eco.
You do make a good point. I could see everything. They couldn't. But it's still one of those, if you're on a 2v3, you don't really look for an opening kill before you get that spike plant. 1v3, sure. That's the call. You want to be able to find that opening. They also haven't cleared out the inbox.
Oh my gosh.
Also hasn't turned around and will die because of it. I don't know how in the world he both doesn't look behind him for 15 seconds and doesn't die for 15 seconds. Nonetheless, still it's the opener going away in Newberry College. They're now looking for an early spike plant, but they don't really have the site control to do so. They do now. Peach finds the kill, looking for another. It's Hoob to make it out with their life, but only barely, and Avery immediately finds a return kill. I will remind you, Newberry College walked into this with upgraded pistols at the best. They're going to walk away with a round win. It's just a matter of, well, what they do so with. And I don't even know if, well, the Viper's going to aggress here. They have a judge and a dream, and I don't think any ruling's going to give them an advantage into this round. I don't even think they're going to clear out hell. Cathonic's not going to get cleared. Leap's going to die.
Oh.
Somehow Newberry College win the anti-eco.
It's just, I feel a little bit lax on their awareness, right? The amount of time that Murray State at that point left their position kind of open, right? Keith was just kind of sitting there hiding around that corner and going, I know they're going to come this way. And the fact that Newberry at the same time didn't check that top side of the box until much later lends itself to the fact that maybe both teams are kind of playing off that knife's edge, right? You want to have your senses very sharp, but Murray State just aren't feeling it right now. So it feels a little bit rough here. And again, I'm very surprised that we haven't really seen a whole lot of the timeouts here right now. Murray State Gold just kind of running with it, and here comes a rush. Again, because of this situation, Newberry College do have weapons in their advantage, and they're going to push that as hard as possible. Murray State Gold in a 4v4 situation. Brutus is going to charge in. Opening shots. Brutus finds Keith, looks for another, swings for three, looking for a fourth. Avery is going to save their teammate, and Putty is the last one alive. Brutus hiding off in the corner with single-digit HP. Look at a little bit of a fragment, and I think you're happy. Putty, with the frenzy in hand, may be able to find some damage, but most likely not a kill. Chase around, take a look, and the judge to come out here.
Apparently the ruling does indeed go the way of Newberry College at back-to-back rounds. Last time it was Chthonic Omen to find the final kill and drop the judge. This time it's Chthonic Omen to find the final kill with the judge. How poetic. Newberry College 2 away from closing out the series, and in doing so, they've really put themselves in I wouldn't say good position for the rest of the season, but at minimum a better position. Again, they came into this 1-3. Their one series was okay. It certainly could have been better. I'll remind you, they were able to beat Limestone 13-11, 13-6, so the round differential could have been a little bit better, but a 2-0 nonetheless. They've lost 1-2 on 3 different occasions, so the map differential isn't awful, and they have a reschedule. So Newberry College are in a much better position than Murray State Gold, and they're really showing that. They're going to solidify probably 7th place with this win, maybe stay in 8th, but probably 7th place. It's just a question of how many rounds they get in their favor, or, well, how many rounds they being Murray State get in their favor. Also very well timed to swing. Nemesis makes sure they can get the kill before the trademark pops and the information is given over to Fushi, so that first kill again goes away Newberry, and the Poison Cloud, actually. Hoob is just chilling in the middle of it, and maybe able to find a timing. Luckily for Nemesis does not, and, oh, look at the spike plant. Everything seemingly going the way of Newberry College. Why are 4 of them around? They're going all through mid, aren't they? Oh my goodness.
Yes, they are. They know where Murray State are going to go. They absolutely know what's going to happen here, and they're calling it out, right? Hey, look, we know where they're going to be. Let's go ahead and wrap around. Let's have some fun here. Right now, they're leaving 2 to defend. The rest of them are going to try and push up, and because of that, Peach is allowed to do this. The most brutal clothesline that I've seen so far. The flank, the pincer, whatever you want to call it. Like, that is a clothesline right there. That was Murray State not watching their flank and realizing stuff went down. Match point now for Newberry. They are in full control. And the fact of the matter is, they're able to catch Murray State Gold on a bargain bin buy. They are scraping the bottom of the barrel. Light armor completely zeroed out. Fushi is hoping to grab something, anything, right? Or just working with a headhunter. I mean, this is... Newberry College could not have asked for a better round to try and end on.
I'm hoping that Newberry College doesn't rush, because I really want to analyze that previous round as well. You saw the attempted rush from behind from the KO, but apparently they are going to rush, so we'll wait a round for them to try and close things out before we really get in-depth into the analytics. Keith, on the top side of heaven, will find one before falling, but Brutus finds a doubled-up trade. Already a 4 versus 3, already a spike plant. Not a single ultimate available for anybody other than Chthonic Omen, and they get it because they plant the spike. Now Avery's right back into the fray. It's now a 5 versus 2 rather than a 4 versus 3. And Chaos has again played in the favor of Newberry College. This should almost certainly be the map as well. The retake will come from heaven and from screens, soon to be hell, unfortunately. A 1-for-1 trade, but Nemesis sees the feet of Fushi and shoots him in the face. Newberry College, a 13-6 and 13-4 series victory on Ascent and Icebox. They walk away with a 2-0 series win.
And this was a very strong Newberry College, right? This is a squad that, just like Murray State Gold have been trying to chase for a couple wins, they've been doing the same, right? This is a squad that is still looking for those definitive rounds to, as you said, lock in their positioning. And I love the fact that in game number 1, we saw some, kind of unorthodox play, but in game number 2, a little bit more standard from Newberry, giving us a show of what can occur if they buckle down and get real serious towards that end.
Yeah, and before we move on to the next series, I do really want to break down that second to last round again. For all of you who do want to watch it, of course, go in the VOD, click the little profile picture below me, hit videos, hit past broadcasts, and then click on the VOD and scroll through, because that was a very interesting round. I'll start off with the fact with how quickly they got the spike down, and it was a 5 versus 4, so already they have that man advantage. But the most crucial part is the fact that Nemesis rotated out of sight, through mid, back towards main, and was not only heard, but seen. That's the most important part. And then just like that, the team groups up and is like, well, we're going to play hide the football. Let's say, yeah, 3 players go mid, flank behind. It works. It works out perfectly because they thought the flank was clear, because the flank was actually cleared by their opponents. By no means Murray State College's fault. Very well stratted, very well put together for the very dominant throughout the entirety of the series, Newberry College Varsity.
Yeah, there are points where you definitely have to say, hey, there were some mistakes made, but there are some points where you just have to go, you played really well. Like, you just have to look at the opponent and say, you played well. And that is, I think, a huge difference for Murray State when going back and saying, what do we need to improve on, right? Identifying where the opponent did well and where they themselves faltered. And that is hopefully going to mean the difference between them losing out on playoffs and making it into playoffs, because there's still a few more weeks of play left. They still have a little bit of time to try and eke out 1 or 2 more series wins. Have to wait and see if that comes across. But of course, we'll be going to a very short break. We have another series later on, and I'm hoping, or at least some of us are hoping, that we get a rolling schedule. That way you can get back to the Valorant action all the time. But of course, at the current moment, it is scheduled for 10 p.m. EST. It'll be SJSU Blue, who are currently undefeated series record wise, versus SFU Red, who are currently sitting at a 2-3 record. You don't want to miss it. It'll be up next here on the A stream broadcast. If you're still looking for some more action, though, I believe the B stream is still playing their match as well. Go check them out and come back in just a bit. We'll see you in just a bit. Nope, you got a little bit more light. You got a little bit more to talk about.
I can tell you who's playing. If you're wondering,
yeah, let's do it.
I have the stream open. So you are Arkansas. That's their name, Arkansas. That is an amazing mascot slash esports name. Well, no, nevertheless, they're playing. They're taking on Midland University Warriors. They are in map number 1 on Ascent. I do not know what map 2 and 3 are, but the score is currently 7-4. By the time you go over there, it may be like 8-4 or 7-5. But nonetheless, go watch that stream. We'll be back in either an hour or any time shorter, depending on what schedule there will be. When we do, it's our final series of the night. Hopefully, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Team effort.
A great showing, and I think it comes off the back of that opening pick from Saucy Hyper. They needed to take what out of the equation, and with that kill specifically on Catwalk, it brought in an adjustment. It made them unsure of where this push could come from, as all the focus was on B main. Sure, you had the idea with the players stationed in the site proper, expecting a push, but with all of that utility put in conjunction, it was just too much for them to deal with.
Early Haunt's going to give the information to the Warriors over at B. There's at least somebody hanging out over there, but that's not abnormal, Los. That's exactly what you would tend to expect. But a heavy commitment, both the 0 point and the Haunt for the offense of Arkansas committed towards mid with zero information gained off of it. Those are two of the biggest info gathering bits of utility at their disposal, and they got nothing out of either of them. I'm really curious how Arkansas are going to be able to investigate further without those.
Well, all they could do is just wait for the cooldown on that Haunt to return. Might have an option. Zebo is an ever-present threat. However, timing is possible here. Knowledge of this Logs player is critical, and a good fragment from Exuma gives them the first pick. But even so, Saucy Hyper's up in market. No one was there to check them. Zebo's here, but all the knives go nowhere.
Yeah, basically had a freebie right there. Didn't get the connection. What? Able to find the overheal, keep things even. Sight. I mean, it's not taken. This has got to be a rotation. King Genius gonna get caught, but time, is there enough?
It doesn't feel that there is. Yeah, the spike, it's in Creeper's hands. If what can stop this right now, that could be it. But it was actually transferred. It's up for Prorbs to secure it, and they did. They got the plant, and now it's up to the defusal.
I think they know they can just stick it. They know somebody had to still be there over at B. And yeah, it's going to go for free. Yesmar, nowhere to be found when most needed. And What collects a huge 1-on-3 ace clutch for What.
What a fantastic show of skill in that moment. What, with the decision-making, realizing there's not much time. I have to stop that spike from being planted. And although they weren't able to do it in time, having that map presence, that map knowledge to know that Yesmar was nowhere in sight to be able to contest that defusal, that just makes a great play on top of a friggin' ace.
Ridiculous engagement there for What, just to collect everything at the very end of that round. Brilliant shot, reaction towards the player, towards Cat as well. How do you come back from that if you're Arkansas? It's gotta hurt. Now, even then, the weapons are really not at hand either, so damage would be the optimal outcome. But the Empress on the other side of this smoke.
Empress poses a major deterrent, but at this point, they are on pistols, so they can just send it. Honestly, there's information. Spike's here. What wants to push their luck in? See how quick that drain will activate. Not going to give them the full safety net they were hoping for. The cleanup crew, starting with King Genius, was going to arrive, but a Yesmar one tap with the Headhunter is going to give them pause.
Spike down A.
Yesmar, the only one to do any pausing, to get anything done particularly effectively in this round, though.
30 seconds left.
Gonna get tagged up. Can't even see that Prowler coming. And a nice close range shot connected by Zebo.
Here.
It's 11-6. This next round is the kicker. A necessary one for Arkansas. As they're going to have the rifles. They're going into a pause as well. They're going to have everything that they need to potentially win this round.
I'm looking forward. If this round is lost, that's essentially the map. They'll be put back on the low economy. They'll have to force into some weak rifles, potentially a Bulldog, potentially a Guardian, even that with some light shields. If not, full SMG rush would be the only play they could really run into. Again, we can look at their ultimates, and the No Command as well as Blade Storm, that's going to be their entry. They could offset some angles with the Cosmic Divide, but that's if they decide to use all of them. But at this point, with only one round until map point, you got to be desperate and you have to be willing to make that move.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should be willing to invest everything here, Los, 100%. And I'd say you could use the Cosmic Divide on entry. I'd kind of like to see them hang on to that for the post plant, but that's just me. There's no right or wrong way to invest that in my mind. It's just a matter of making the decision that gets you the value in the moment. So regardless of what that comes down to, it's done with the timeout. Time to get started and time to go towards the B side, it would appear.
Die.
Great opening by What, using the Leer and the ground. And that almost feels like a bait, just a BM to dismiss the second there was another opportunity to take the shot.
Yeah, a little bait and switch kind of moment. I do like that. Shot for Zebo, gonna connect, and it's looking like 12 is almost a certainty. 3v5 now.
And that's two of their ultimates that they were counting on. Follow it up by Perps, again taking a hit. You do have the presence of Yesmar, as we have often seen around here. But what's the next move? Sure, a player is gone from mid, but B main is still an impassable area.
That's the difficulty. What? Continuing to push forward as well. That's a spike drop, Los. There's now no answer to this. Yesmart just asked to clutch 1v4, and honestly, I wouldn't hate him just trying to save.
Might have to be the next
30
move.
seconds left.
Just get as many kills as he can. I don't know if What caught a glimpse of Yesmar. Regardless, the information's here. Classic going through. Oh my god, how clean is that?
Free gun, by the way. No time, though. Well, that's a certainty. Actually,
10
is
seconds
he going
left.
for this? Surely not, right? There's just not time.
I think at most just remove some more guns, keep the Phantom, give it to a teammate next round, and pop out that Tour de Force.
Yeah, fair enough. No,
Oh!
oh.
As right after he says no to the corpse, that's what he walks into.
Yeah, that's a little insta karma type of situation, I think. You get a little cocky, and then you get punished. So, no one getting a free gun this time, Los. Not a single person. The good news is, it's not like they're entirely broke. There's still some weapons.
You want to play? Let's
But-
play.
It's still not the best. They do have the Tour de Force, though. Yasmar, that must have been the thought process. Zebo, though, is going to take it out of the round early on, and this is not the start they were looking for.
Ultimates on the table now. But they have to worry about the possibility of walking out here and going right into that trap wire. Waiting for that Cosmic Divide is the move, but it feels like the No Command, it was squandered, wasted, only to have a honeycut in the side consistently work and cut down Arkansas with the rest of the Warriors. A 2-on-1, and now hit with that Prowler. They know exactly where Creeper's at. Send out the Haunt, send out the Seas just for fun, but this map is done.
They're
going.
Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That was what was in my head. I was like, oh my god, I do not know the term.
It's okay. You could say that that's a slogan of mine, so I will gladly help you out. If it ain't broke, don't fix it is words I live by. Midland, we'll see what they have to offer here on the continuation. We do see Zebo going back to the Jet. As mentioned, there are swap-ups elsewhere. I think what is going to be interesting was leading the charge. Near 30 frags at the end of the last game, but was playing the Reyna. Now on a much less aggressive and frag-centric role.
Oh, whoa! I don't even know how that first kill occurred. Zebo with a great one tap on the Sheriff, and immediate escape is gonna cripple how this post plant can go down. But let's see if they can even get the spike planted in the first place.
Gonna get into position first. Nice shock dart. Should have been down lots of damage. Both shock darts, though, invested already. So the late round defense of a spike is going to be a little bit less than perfect. Zebo coming back. He's going to get traded, though.
And what? Making a nice maneuver with the flank. Catching Yesmar, who rendezvoused to a location that didn't quite provide the safety they were hoping for. And the first round will go unequivocally to the Warriors.
Yeah, the opening pick from Zebo, the follow-up, the flank, it all went right. You know, it was just one of those rounds where nothing, no problems occur, and you're all fist bumping at the very end of it. We get into this next one, though, and we saw a very, very conservative approach from Arkansas on their eco rounds last map, and it looks like that's going to continue here. Pay no attention to the missed utility. What's going to hit the shots?
Okay, well, I think we could safely say that's the round, right? That's very, very well done defense.
Chalk it up.
Coming from what? However, Spike back under their control and no longer smokes to stop their push. There's a strong case to be made that the post plant, at least the Spike plant, can make its debut here in round 2.
The difficulty will be the denial utility, or even just players playing denial. That suppression, I think they noticed both of them. And yeah, not even going to be a plant available as everyone flies in from up above, all around. It's a party of sorts, though not the kind that you want to be attending, at least if you're Arkansas. We got a 2-0 start once again, favoring the Warriors. This round is where things changed for Arkansas. We'll see if everything changes now.
Reinvestment from what? And interestingly enough, the smallest investment in the previous round made the biggest impact with 3 kills from What's Sheriff. Now they've got the Phantom in hand, ready to combat, at least with the long-range full Vandal buy that Arkansas are bringing to the table. 3 players expecting this hit onto A, especially with King Genius getting this information, they'll be poised with even more deft defense.
Now, the fact that the rendezvous is available allows King Genius to stick in this spot, but sticking around too long, it pays with his life. A very significant price, you would imagine.
Nice follow-up from Exuma, turns that into 2, taken down from the Vandal. Not much damage at all even put onto their opponents. Yes, Mar, sure, a little bit from the Marshal was earned earlier, but that's about it. 5 alive for this post plant.
I wouldn't hate to see a save right here from the defense. The Warriors really don't have a way back in here. 2-on-5 is going to be a rare victory at that, but doing damage isn't a bad option either, and 2 players down already is a good way to start that endeavor.
Okay, this is a crazy maneuver.
What?
Now bringing out the Viper's Pit to go for a defusal. Nobody can see anything, and this is a round that the Warriors had no right winning.
Bruh, why? How? The investment is just so ridiculous. I can't believe what goes for the Viper's Pit there. And not only that, but gets away with it. There's no utility coming forward, and the sheer value that NECC was able to pull from a Stinger at long range, just hits 2 double headshot bursts with the Stinger from downtown. That's maybe the best Stinger shot I've ever seen, actually.
Top 2. It's not 2. But even so, here's going to be an issue. What no longer in play? That's going to make this round a bit more difficult. If Yesmar can continue that pressure and place it down mid, but it might not even be necessary because the defenses have been crippled, specifically on A.
What is the investment here from Arkansas? They have some weapons, they have some saves. I'm just not sure what's going on. What I do know is that this kill at B has given a very large opening to Yesmar. Sound quite a bit of standing. The spike should get planted, and there's no need even for a wall with all of the control gained by Yesmar.
Zebo caught completely off guard. Yesmar wants to continue holding this angle. King Genius there with a quick one on the operator. Able to cut them down to size, but there's still players hiding behind yellow, not daring to give that angle away.
Crossfire setup's the real problem. Is there a wall remaining as well? That's the real question mark for me. There is. This is doable, but never mind. No wall. That Hunter pulled. King Genius doesn't really have the time on the spike. Maybe he does.
I think it's worth going for, but certainly not enough time if Saucy Hyper is able to pull that one off. It'll be the first for Arkansas, but it cost them everything.
What? Oh man, I feel like Saucy had plenty opportunity to get out, but ends up getting punished there at the very end. Maybe he didn't expect for the spike to fully go off, but regardless, a little bit of a mistake, and that is definitely not as much money into the next round as you would have hoped. So those little things, they do start to make a big difference. As you can see, there's one rifle, one Vandal for perps, that's it.
I think we could look at that and imagine they're playing for the Viper's Pit. That's what they want. Get inside, get the Bucky activated, especially with all these close range, rapid fire weapons, take down decayed opponents. But the real trick is going to be getting into that position in the first place. Yesmar knows something's up, but how is NECC's patience?
I'm laughing not because of the wall. The wall is so, very common, but just playing the way that they are around that wall is a little ridiculous.
Oh, no way! What walks into it for free, converts it into a Vandal, doesn't get anything after that. And this is the Viper's Pit, exactly what they wanted, and Creeper is able to plant that spike.
Spike planted.
Honeycutt hoping to find something around that wall, but the wall put up in such a manner in which that's nigh impossible.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, nice shot for Yesmar coming around the corner. He's going to have a tour de force of the next one. And it will eventually be the round courtesy of the snake bite. 3-2, the Warriors stick the lead, but they are starting to fall behind here a couple of rounds now in a row. Is Creeper going to keep this Bucky?
You know, they didn't get a chance to fire it off yet, so maybe they got a taste for a big buck hunter. But it doesn't seem that's the case. Swapping it out for the Vandal. A little boring, if you ask me, but it is necessary. Yesmar,
You want to play?
without
Let's
purchase,
play.
goes for the tour de force. And this is a great moment. It's time for them to equalize this out. King Genius, however, strikes the first blow. Exuma gone and forgotten.
Nice work from King Genius. It feels like whenever they're getting aggressive, they're getting value. Blade Storm up and over, but that's going to be stalled. Nice work from the Owl Drone. That really does the damage in order to make sure that that Blade Storm stays back, stays passive for now, but that's only for a moment.
Blades refreshed. Zebo strongly considering another peek, and they might as well. It only would work for them if their aim was true. Perps and Creeper denying that notion, equalizing things out. King Genius.
Pardon me?
Oh, what? What? King Genius is just running guns, TPs, and picks up another 2, single-handedly defending this site with a 4K. Oh, come on.
What an outrageous rendezvous as well. Like, you're on the back of the site, you rendezvous out. Normally, you're rendezvousing to a safe position. Instead, rendezvous to an even more exposed spot that I think it just comes down to the sheer unreasonableness of that play. Like, there's just no world in which you would ever expect that to be the case, that King Genius is rendezvousing into your backline. Like, come on.
I'm just imagining the thought process. They wouldn't possibly expect me to teleport behind them.
But it worked! That's what's so outrageous!
What now? Looking to single-handedly defend B again. This time with some better hardware. It's the Phantom. But they're expending quite a bit of their fuel in this effort. However, look at this push. Zebo and King Genius have all but cleared out A. They know exactly what's going on. 3 fall within the blink of an eye, and look and you miss it. Exuma's all alone.
Yeah, I mean, that is massive info gathering at its finest. Zebo going a little crazy with that shot, trying for something, but doesn't get it. There's 40 seconds on the clock, close, and it's a 1v4. The bigger problem, though, is the stinger. There's so many long-range angles.
Well, I mean, if we've learned anything from this map, at least, long-range stinger kills are still a reality. I believe. Honeycut.
You believe?
Oh, I'm always a believer.
Okay, fair enough.
And, you know, there it is. There it is. Only you have to kill 2 more and then run back to site just to plan. I think Exuma was looking to find one last frag before they got taken out.
Well, they did get that, so you know what? Valid. We saw exactly what the anticipated outcome would be. Look at what we have. This is very rare. Double operator on. I mean, it's not unheard of. You get one player over towards B, one towards A, but it's actually going to be mid and A. That is where both of these operators have come to roost. This is a money game, I think. A lot of money at hand. And, well, here we go again. More A aggression.
What? Just completely out of the realm of possibilities would not be there so early. Comes to their lackadaisical foray into garage, and that lost them so much gone. And Zebo eventually finding one if they just shoot blindly. I don't think it'll come to fruition, but even so, it's a threat enough.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Warriors are pushing A and B simultaneously whilst also pushing mid is ridiculous here.
Big moment for Honeycut coming up. Now realizing there's 3, all 3 in kitchen. It's going to be a discovery. Found out momentarily. King Genius off for the first and even a second to follow. They don't need to follow it up because Honeycut has got their back. The first 2 for them for this map.
Yeah, and, well, it seems not to be a problem. Had collected 4 assists elsewhere, and does well in that round to collect the final 2 frags necessary to close things out. It's down to another sort of half investment sort of round. Marshall's, I was going to say Yesmar might be going for a Vandal just in the hopes of finding something, but instead, this is what I call the Breeze Special. And it's not Breeze. It's, in fact, quite the opposite.
Won't be a breeze. Certainly not. Full headhunter bullet purchases there. You gotta work with what you can, and that is just disheartening for what to find an angle like that. And you have to wonder, what can your plan of attack possibly be? Of course, this is a safe round. But how can they break their way into sight when there's so much aggression coming out from the Warriors on every front?
I mean, the obvious answer is that you have to figure out a way to deal with that aggression first and foremost. There's just no way around it. What's going to collect? Another quad kill. And I asked you a question as well before I get to the full answer. I'd asked, will what continue to play as aggressively, continue to play as dominantly as they had on the Reyna? It seems the answer is yes. But for Arkansas, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Just take the fight, 1v5, or in their case 5v1 against the aggressor. You just need to make sure that you don't allow them to get a kill and fall back.
That's a specialty here. But also, I think it comes down to taking your own space, because they're losing out on some major map control, and this is going to make it even worse. Activation of the Viper's Pit. They've got an option now. Do they push on through? And it seems that they have to, but what? What are you doing? Able to take down Perps, but at a major cost of that Viper's Pit. However, on the other side, you've got some danger. You've got Zebo looking to be on the flank, but the flank isn't a concern. They're going full speed ahead onto B, right into King Genius's crosshairs.
Brilliant work from King Genius. Getting a little bit far forward, sure, but ultimately will take the victories where they can. The res came through, but it's not quite enough. At least not for now. Stuck at yellow is Yesmar. They're waiting for the toxic screen to get back into fruition, and now it's time to try and plant this spike.
There it is. And the toxic screen about to go down, but they have the orb in place. They want to play for lineups. They've never been able to do this successfully. They so desperately want to make that plan find success. It comes down to this initial peek. If Yesmar can find the shot, as King Genius isn't even looking. Another from Yesmar. It's up to NECC now. They have the option to go for a resurrection. I don't think that should be on the cards. But with this swing, it could be the moment they need. But it actually is. But for Arkansas, they come back and they secure a third round, at least to stop the bleeding. And now they're the ones holding the double operator.
Oh my goodness, they've insta reinvested to the double op? That's it. Okay. If we see 4 ops on this map, I don't understand what will be going on.
I say do it.
I mean, I know you want chaos, though, so I appreciate that. But 4 ops on Icebox is a little insane. But fortunately, it's only 3.
Oh, what a relief.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much different than 4, you know?
Zebo looking for more, and they secure it. Unfortunately, Saucy Hyper wasn't able to keep themselves safe, or at least find that frag back. Cut down to 3. They want to cycle those Vandals away. No one can recover that, but the money's fine for Midland. They were never concerned, but you have to worry about what on the backside. Spike down. You know where Creeper is. But the question is, how does Yesmar not realize that?
I mean, what was very slow and methodical in that approach, it is not unreasonable for Yesmar to not know that. But what is unreasonable is that nobody was on flank duty. Nobody was actually tasked with that job. And so, big opening from what because of it. It's going to be a 2-on-3. Rez still available. I'm a little bit confused at why they haven't brought someone back. Maybe they're going to bring what back? Yeah, that's looking like it.
Ooh, great maneuver using that 0 point. Because as soon as Creeper plants, they want to go for that Viper's Pit, but not going to be an option. As I say that, the coast is cleared. The Creeper is good to go. Activate the Viper's Pit. And they have to be very careful about this. 1-on-1s in this moment are going to be absolutely devastating.
What is... Oh, he is a judge. I was like, why is he jumping like this? But it isn't going to matter. I mean, the Warriors basically played that retake or that defense as if it was like 1v1s all the way, and they ended up winning. So I think that at this point, the Warriors definitely getting a little bit more memey than just kind of playing as fun as they would like.
Well, it feels that they've got some room for that. It's not as though it were that hell knife attempt by Yesmar
Yeah.
back on a set. The wildest play of all time. But, you know, there was some merit to it because in the Viper's
No,
pit...
please.
No,
explain.
no, no. I'm saying, to the way that Midland played in this. Yeah, I
Okay.
completely jumped. But there was some merit to that shorty play because you just have to close the gap. You don't really know where your opponent is, and utilizing the shorty could be a good way to do it. But up, down,
Fair.
tour de force out of play. It's time for Arkansas to push up and potentially take their 4th round here.
I think they might be doing so right now. A little bit slow on the uptake with the tour de force was King Genius. Just puts down the spike and the secondary opening in towards the KO. But still, we've seen retakes happen to a bit of a ridiculous degree. This time 3-on-4 seems very winnable.
Swing unable to commit to a singular target. It will be the Hunter's Fury. Probably good for a half.
Yeah.
Or maybe not, but now some pressure. It's coming in from Zebo. It is a kill with that snake bite, but other than that, they can wrap things up with the second
They
half
got
of
the
the defusal. And Yesmar, only in time to die.
Yeah.
Switching
Well,
sides.
it is not a Bond movie for Arkansas. As we get down to the wire here, half 9-3. Curses aside, this is not the way they wanted to be swapping sides on their map pick. I think that a lot of this comes down though to some great coordination. The Warriors, when they are coordinating, I mean, as mentioned, you know, playing a little bit silly sometimes, but like that last round, when they are coordinated, they're fantastic at it. The double swings were perfect, and we've seen why that has been so effective. Coming into this next half, we'll see what can Arkansas do on their defense. 2 players shaping up over at B. It's going to be a mid to B split.
Completely unopposed. Do they have any idea that Zebo is here? Or sure, a good kill by Creeper. But is there a secondary follow-up? Are they aware of it? Regardless, site's been taken. It did cost 2 players on the Warriors, though, just to make it happen.
That was an interesting gunfight. Exuma tagged low, but actually the heal, I think, already utilized. 2-on-4. What? How many times has what been in these clutches?
Unable to make that shot, but is there safety? Yes, there is safety beyond the wall! Oh! What an unfortunate occurrence. And that's what happens when you plant the spike right into that barrier. It destroys it, and it created a pocket. Perfect for Exuma to get the defusal.
That is ridiculous. There's just such a small area to be in there. And so off the back of a little bit of a mistake from the Warriors, one that we really haven't seen all too often, or mistakes, that is. We haven't really seen very often from the Warriors. It'll be Arkansas to take the pistol round. See what that gives them here. First pistol win on this. No, they didn't get any pistols on map 1. I'm crazy.
Yesmar, good opener with the Bulldog. They'll be hit with that suppression, but it won't be too big of a deal as there's no need to escape, not in this moment. And even if the pressure is applied, there is some safety, some relief valves from the rest of the team sitting on B-side proper. What, though? In just a very forward position with no plan to follow it up.
Well, I think the plan was simple. Shoot them in the head. That didn't really come to fruition, though. Ness. 1-on-5? Maybe a kill? Not even that. It is a nice couple of rounds for Arkansas. And as mentioned previously, this round would be huge. You win a bonus round, you're going to be rolling in the dough.
A good time for that to take place. And also, I think it's worth mentioning, worth noting, that this is also a much better participation from more members. Exuma and Creeper both stepping up their game from the previous map. And there's still more Valorant, more rounds to be conducted. And that's what you need. Because Yesmar doesn't have that star-studded performance, but they're almost reaching the same amount of rounds as the previous map of Ascent.
It's a good point, you know. Yesmar definitely having a high impact, not quite the same. But Zebo with a double entry is going to mean the A site is free for the taking.
Saucy Hyper, beyond this toxic screen, doesn't have any information. They've lost their tools for gathering all info. They know now, once these walls fall, is the angles they hold. And Saucy with a great shot, looking to find more, but there won't be an opportunity afforded. The spike has to come down. And what is coming in from a flank that is just undeniable. And it leaves them completely available or open, exposed from what, again, it's 10-5 now. The bonus will not be offered.
And, I mean, it's so unfortunate, but Saucy was the only player to do anything into that round with regard to frags. Got 3 of them with the Spectre, and nobody else was able to have any impact. So frustrating in that situation if you're Saucy. But the good news is that with the 3 players that they took out, there's really not a lot of additional cash flow available to the Warriors. They're going to be in a situation where they've got to do a lot with a little. And Exuma doing maximum damage. The headshot comes through and Zebo down.
Yeah, what a very aggressive play. Expecting that to find great results. However, a continued aggression, it'll cost them Honeycut, but they are able to break out into orange. And this unexpected play rather, leaves Yesmar open for the taking. However, Exuma is looking to keep this damage flowing. Viper's Pit and Spike both activated in the 1v3.
The Sowl Drone giving away all of the cards for what? If the Owl Drone weren't there, what? With a chance in the 1v3, otherwise it's not to be. So, no bonus round, but the first big gun round going to Arkansas. And I think that we gotta give props where they are due. Arkansas with a lot more competitivity in this round, in this map than we were seeing in the last. They've been able to gather rounds here and there, but we haven't seen them have one of those long run of rounds that I think they're going to need in order to make a comeback here. That needs to start here and now, and it can with this thrifty investment from the offense. Just not a lot backing this up.
Just a lot of hope and faith in this Guardian to open things up. Cloudbursts hoping to give some safety, but not the case. Saucy Hyper good for 1, but traded out with the Sheriff. But they're getting quite aggressive, especially Yesmar, who threw their body on the line for no real foreseeable reason.
Yeah. Maximum investment, no reward. Rez as well. Gives the man advantage back over to the Warriors, but that's only briefly. Now the Bladestorm invested up over the top in a 2v2. Zebo needs everything here out of these blades.
Recon Arrow not finding anything. It's consistent hesitation, looking back and forth from orange to mid, orange to mid. That's what you have to take into consideration right now. It's Perps is the only one defending this site proper, but that's all the way from Snowman. So there is a window opportunity, and here it is.
Left.
Looking at the opposite side, Creeper, when they decide to look back, it's going to be a complete duel. However, taking the fight all the way into Snowman, it was NECC, and they lost the spike and eventually lost their foothold in the round.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird decision at the very end there to split up. You want to make those duels happen together, create a 1v1, and then, you just flip a coin, essentially. You say, hey, heads, we win, tails, okay, unfortunate. But the Warriors not quite making the correct call in that situation. And ultimately, they did invest pretty heavily there. They had, yes, not the greatest of buys, but you had the res, you also put down the Blade Storm, so it's not like it was free.
Big investment on that one.
Deploying drone.
And now, large focus. Players here onto A. All 5 in the quick rotation. You could see for some effort. However, it's not fully believed that it's a hit. I imagine that it might be a rotation, but those 2 kills, that should be enough information. This is a full-on A site execute.
The spike planted behind the wall. There is a Viper's Pit on the defense. That could come out. The res is available. Stassi now stamping
Here.
at least one find. And there should be a player back at the site that went down. This is doable. I think this is very winnable for the defense. They're going to have to come away, though, and push forward quickly.
Breaking these walls also makes it a bit more difficult to get that res in. And now with the suppression, no chance. NECC right around the corner, expecting these 2 players, but they are not expecting someone hiding in Jenny. And NECC closes it up with a nice double.
Yeah, I think that Saucy needed to be focused more on getting the res there. That was the way back into that round for me. That or the Viper's Pit, one of the 2, and neither of them came forward. Just a little bit too worried about taking those duels, and it gets in their head just a little bit. But Arkansas, they're not done yet. Actually, maybe they're in a little bit more trouble than I thought, because what with the only 2 players surviving in the previous round and then a loss as well, their money's pretty poor.
That's for sure. Yesmar, the strongest link here with the op, hoping to make some magic with that one. Won't be done initially, and Zebo realizing they aren't as safe as they would like to be up on the top of the tube. Comes down to where's the teammate support. A huge kill from Creeper there, might even turn into a second one, and it does. King Genius falls, but it's time to make their play. The spike will be planted and no one there to destroy the wall.
Safe from the cheeky defusal this time out. Arkansas would be huge to find this. The Owl Drone confirms the frag. 2v4 though, and what? Again, in the clutch has been phenomenal.
Last player standing.
Looking at both angles, what goes back and forth, dipping between either side of yellow, secures the 4K and confirms the 30 bomb and match point.
What, couldn't quite make it to 30 last map, so they decided, all right, 30 for this map. That's no problem. 2.0 KD was not enough. He's got the 3 at the moment. Warriors, Midland University, doing everything and what? Leading the charge. It's 12-7. 5 rounds. 5 match and series points
You want to play?
on the
Let's
line.
play.
Arkansas, this is going to be a long road home if they're going to get their first victory tonight.
There is some danger lurking around every corner. Viper's Pit is an option here. If Creeper wants to utilize it to stop this play from coming up, they want to take the duel first, and they lose it out. There goes the smoke and the safety away from your enemy's sights, and the free plant ensued. The Viper's Pit activated by what? And it feels like an indomitable defense has been set up in this post plant, but Saucy Hyper removes King Genius from play to make things a bit easier, and the Owl Drone looking to get some information.
If it were to spot out the Viper especially, that's huge. But Zebo, the timing swinging around yellow is just too perfect. And then Okaman denying any further ultimates to come through. It's on to Yesmar alone. 1 on 5, and that's not going to happen. 13-7.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for staying tuned. I know it was a little bit of a long break, but we are sure to bring you a very entertaining series. Coming up here, we have the Pacific Champions Division here getting into the spotlight. It is going to be the top dogs, SJSU, San Jose State University Blue, coming out in their 5-0 record. And for SFU, or Simon Fraser University, they're going to be looking to try and get a third win on the board and tie their own record up. It is still us, the Daniels of the Daniels. It is Orbital and Time to Fright, bringing you all the action. Light, how you doing?
I am great. I'm really excited to get back into Valor. It's been an hour and 10 minutes since our last series ended. I've watched a movie and a show in that time. So we've had a little bit of a break, but now into series number 2. Let's take a look at our rosters for San Jose State University and Simon Fraser. We'll open things up as I look with San Jose State University. We have Thig, John Ham, Chris, Khan, and Kahem on the board. I could see a varying list of years of experience in college, at least. I don't know about college Valorant, but I see a senior, 2 juniors, and 2 sophomores. No first years here for San Jose State.
I mean, they got to earn it, right? That's the way you put it, especially for a team that is absolutely rocking the top of the show board. For the side of Simon Fraser University, we go ahead and take a look at the rosters. It is Glow, June, Crown, TY, and Kaho, bringing in all that round. And again, for a criminology major, Ty is going to be bringing all of the information alongside a few other seniors, with Crown being the only freshman, or even the only one not a senior for this roster.
Yeah, not only that, the only freshman in the server as well. The youngin being put up against the ringer. Here's your Champions Pacific Division / Conference standings as it stands right now. San Jose State at 5-0 with a 10-2 map record. A little bit further down, you're looking for Simon Fraser at 2-3. They're not out of this by any means. 6-6 in terms of maps means they're in a fairly good spot. They're only -3 in terms of rounds as well. They are still very much in this season, and they're looking to move forward. USC, CSUF, Bronco Esports, and GCU between them and San Jose State. By no means are those impossible teams to surmount. USC, however, has to be the first team they do so, and to do so, it would have to be a win today. They could actually top CSUF if they pick up a victory in 2 or even 3 maps.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately what they're gonna have to go for, right? SGSU Blue, no slashes here, but they've only gone to a third game over the 2 weeks. It was week 1 and week 2 that they went to 3 games. Rest of them have been complete crushes. Not exactly easy by any stretch. I believe in week 5 they went 14-12 in their first game of that series, but still 2 O's back to back. And you can see here with the maps currently being selected, we're getting a very nice variation. Breeze and Bind for the first 2, and then Icebox as the decider. Again, Ascent and Fracture being banned away first, Pearl being saved to the second round.
Yeah, and this is not a surprising ban phase by any means. Looking at the maps, with the Spartans favoring the Breeze map, that indicates a little bit more aggression from their attacking side. I think that'll carry over to their defensive bind as well. Those are guaranteed maps. On to Icebox, of course, that may come later. I'm still sticking with the fact that the attacking side's a little bit favored on Icebox, but most of the time you'll see it 7-5 at a very best for the attack. Sometimes the defense does indeed come out on top, but most of the time that's down to a skill differential rather than teams being dead even 1 apiece. We'll head straight into Breeze as map number 1 here, as it's Simon Fraser on the defensive side. What do you think? Anything that stands out to you? I see 3 jet locks, not locks, but hovers. Maybe 3 jet players? Maybe?
I don't know. I saw Kahem hover over the harbor. I just said no. I saw the new agent being shown up, and I was just like, nope, please. Don't even try, please. We don't want to restart midway through. Yeah, we are. It is Harbor, and they are not going to be enabled here. So that is the joke. I think that is the fun part. But we do see what's being locked in for SJSU. And again, the sky coming out here being adjusted in the last few patches. It is being brought to the table, but it's surprising nonetheless, right? Very, very interesting to see that one brought out. the rest is fairly standard. The Reyna, the only one that's really thrown for a loop, still one of the prevalent duelists that is seen as interesting. Doesn't really have any mobility choices, but still very strong in that aspect. So SJSU know exactly what they want. Up against SFU Red, we're going to give it their all here. We are getting underway with map number 1 between San Jose State University and Simon Fraser University. Buckle in, get ready, because this map is going to be anything but a breeze.
Hate you. I was actually pretty good. I hate you. Oh my gosh.
Listen, you got me in Series 1. I got to get you back somehow.
Is this like, have we reached the late night cast level of puns already? It's only map 1.
No, that wasn't
Just
even
go
that
to a
bad.
third.
Come on. That
No,
wasn't
that-
even
that
that
actually-
bad.
No, but usually like you wait till like round 3 or 4 and say, "Oh, that was a breeze," and then just really show off the fact that you were holding that one in the back pocket. Nonetheless, it is Simon Fraser's start on the defensive side. I was talking about outliers earlier on. I really don't see any. Maybe the Reyna, but I've seen Reyna before in collegiate and it's worked out. So if you have the confidence to go into a Reyna, I'm not going to discount it until you start doing bad. That's when I start to complain. But other than that, a Sky, not too surprising. A KO, not surprising either, really trading that. I do think a Sova is a little out of the blue if you're going KO as well, but, I mean, Sova Sky at the same time, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it does surprise me that Fade is not being used, but of course Fade's ultimate and most of the abilities don't really cover as much ground here on Breeze. So I understand why it's not there, right? But Fade has been such a staple lately that it is quite surprising to not even see it attempted here, right? So that's the only thing that I would say out of the ordinary, but again, only time will tell. As you said, spoken like a true solo queue player, we don't complain about any of these agents until they start doing poorly, so we'll see how it goes, see what they opt to go for. Again, it is a B-side push by SJSU Blue, and Teddy goes ahead and gets a first headshot on Crown, taking that dome, getting first blood, and Thig is going to fire right back, but Kaho says you don't get anything for free here, you will always pay the price. Kaho ends another. We'll go ahead and follow through, down to a 2v3, SJSU Blue, with 3 still alive, and with the spike ticking away.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for them. I don't see any way in which SJSU Blue lose this. They have a flank coming in through mid as well to make sure they can shut down that long angle. Well-placed Guiding Light will put them off the spike. They do at least get it to half, so the Frenzy looking for a kill could have popped on the spike. Just not enough time, though. Very well coordinated there from San Jose State. They basically just send themselves onto A as a team for 2 seconds and then leave the Reyna there as a late lurk. And SFU dropped off the site, and they did so properly. They rotated around towards B, but the rotate was just a little too late, and unfortunately with Crown falling right off the bat, your controller dropping on the defensive side before that retake has even initiated makes your life ever so difficult, especially around that B side, and you can see them falling from the flank as well. It was just insult to injury for San Jose State, and there were no doctors on board.
Yeah, all the doctors, no sages here today. Just waiting for game number 2, maybe. Crown, of course, finding out that, hey, I might be being surrounded here. Needs to at least take one with them, but, you know, with only a pistol in hand, you can only do so much. Ty goes ahead and streaks one away. Still looking for a bit more, though, out of utility. 20 seconds on that bolt, and that knife not going to be bringing too much to the table. Kaho trying to fire away with the Marshall. Actually finds a body shot and then empties a full clip, just trying to get any sort of damage down. Thig goes, hey, listen, you can try all you want. Glow says, yeah, you did try your hardest. And in goes the Owl Drone. Let's get a bit more information. 2v3 here as SJSU go ahead and plant on B-side once again.
And Teddy getting that shot into Glow. That should end the round. Ty in, again, a 1vx scenario. Does find the first here. Other 2 players are low, so it was certainly possible. But John Hamm will get the headshot required. Bulldog saved over. I believe the other one is a Bulldog saved as well. Nope, not enough time for it. Should be Bulldog Spectre saved up, and I don't even think they saved over a second rifle. They did not. That's a little unfortunate there for San Jose State. So only the Bulldog saved over, nothing more. This is a chaotic third round buy for them. It's not really a bonus. They had to buy up because they really wanted to try and drag out in the round. Everybody else is saving over, so not the end of the world for them, but still weird. That's for sure.
I mean, we could say it's weird, but at the same time, this is a squad that is currently 5-0. This is a squad that has been undefeated in series score and love to play aggressive, right? If you're 5-0, you're confident, right? And I think this is the confidence shining through, right? Take a look at Thig. Keep in mind, Thig is currently with the ultimate ready, with the Empress. So if you do choose to go ahead and take a fight just like that, you're more than willing to. And now you call out the Empress. Like I said, It's confidence that wins a lot of these rounds. Take a look at that spray. Ty is completely locked away. In goes a little bit of that Lear and dismiss, keeping him safe. Glow is going to find one before possibly falling in the back corner. No! You go ahead and take two for yourself. John Ham finds Crown. Down to a 3v2. SJSU say, hey, Kaho, you got to be a little bit more careful. Thig goes ahead, locks in a 4K, gets the plant, and SJSU win 3 in a row.
That's exactly what SJSU needed. They win the bonus, albeit an odd bonus to say the very least, but a bonus nonetheless. They walk away with a round victory and break the bank of Simon Frazier. Not much, unfortunately, that SFU Red could really do about it either. Just walking in with Stig. As soon as you find that opening kill and you pop the Empress, everybody should be running for the hills, not even allowing them to build that Empress back up. But Tig does. Finds the follow-up on the tie, is able to swing for another in through mid, and then Glow the final kill. Could not do a dang thing about it. Very well shot and well played by the attacking side of San Jose State. Now they'll just aggress onto the B side. They are well aware of the fact they have a weapon advantage. They will walk straight through a decay effect and vulnerability defect of that snake bite. Nonetheless, it is still site control and an opening kill as Thig picks up Crown. That should be the round as well, unless some historic heroics come in from the rest of the team.
I mean, they're going to give it their best shot. Glow goes ahead and takes another one. Remember, got a 2K last time, but Kahem is ready to go. And we did expect this. So I want to go back to the point about the poison just walking through it. Something that I do find a lot of teams don't get to do as often as they probably might be able to utilize is the fact that if you actually have the poison land directly on you to start things out, it doesn't do as much damage as you would expect, right? It does the most damage when it's already down on the ground and you have to walk on it from end to end, right? That's where you get a lot of that damage, whether it's from the Viper or the smoke screen. Either way, if the poison lands on you mid-run, you're only taking about half tick damage. That's why we saw SJSU just kind of walk confidently through it. They were fairly okay with the fact that they're only going to take about 10 to 15 damage. Maybe, yes, that can mean a lot, but in the fact that the guns are not going to be there for SFU, I do agree with that point. That it's just the confidence of just like, yeah, we're going to be fine. Just go ahead, push through.
I think the main reason they did push was because they knew the fact the guns were not going to be there.
Yeah, so that is the two-parter to that. That is very much a two-parter to
it. They were well aware of the fact that the shot of the snakebite came from the backside of mid. Kaho, unfortunately, runs out of blades in there. And so, well, the ultimate already off the board. Teddy well aware of their angles. June should be taken out of the backside of sight here. The Seekers gaining their positional whereabouts, and this should be cleared. Tig finds a follow-up, a double on the round already, not being shut down. Already has double digits in the map, up to 10 kills, but that's will their stay for the time being. Fortunately for them, the rest of their team is on the other side of the map. They will get a very free spike plant. This is Discount Mart, Aisle B. Very late rotate for SFU as well.
I think this is also the 4th time that they planted here. I think this is the 4th plant on B, which is, by the way, very uncharacteristic. We normally see a complete fight over A site, and it's ridiculous. Oh, Teddy, no, you're so mean. I half expected a knife. I'm not going to lie. I half expected a knife to come out. That was a ridiculous trail, and that feels kind of bad for SFU Red right there.
They've shot the trademark now. They're looking to aggress in. Well, the Viper's been seen. The Viper also has found the kill onto June. That should be the round 1 versus 3 for Glow. Not going to happen. Teddy finds a second on the round for themselves. Pretty clean round overall for San Jose State. They looked to aggress onto A again, and they knew the rest of the team was not going to get there in time to capitalize off the site control. So instead of a late rotate on that side of the map, they continue to just keep 2 players on that side. Sure, we may lose them, but they A, don't have spike, B, don't have key utility invested on towards the A side. So instead, the rest of the team can head towards B, as they've done prior, and win the round. That is a very well set up game plan thus far for San Jose State. It's worked in 3 of 5 rounds, and it's kind of scary to see that consistently. 0 point also misses, so John Ham will have their toxic screen available, and look at that, they're aggressing onto the A site again. This time, I don't think it's going to be a fake towards B.
No. And I'll say that it's never really been a fake. It's, oh, the opportunity arises that we gotta go to B, right? That's the way it goes. There's a very big difference between fake and finding an opportunity. We'll say that right now before we get yelled at in chat. Right now, though, Shockbolt goes out, does catch a little bit of damage on the back end, but it doesn't freaking matter. SJSU go. You got nothing. You got absolutely nothing. Kaho goes, well, I got one. No. you got nothing. We will be okay losing our Viper. Crown is the last one alive with a single judge in hand, and they're spotted. Gonna go around, blinded out, and spray for the win. Kahem is just going melee right now. This is 6 rounds in a row. SGSU are cleaning house right now, and it's barely been 20 minutes.
I think it's been less, to be completely honest with you. We started about 5 after. We started talking about 5 after. I don't think this game started till like 12, 13 after. It's not been very long, and the dominance has been prevalent. An average of 2 KPR from Thig, that's kills per round, and 2 of them for Thig. It's looking very good for San Jose State, and not only is it around the team play, it's around individual skill. And yeah, Valorant's a team game, but when Thig does what Thig's been doing, it becomes a little bit more of an individual game as well. Low has seen the Reyna and doesn't even take a shot, does not want to deal with it, and backs the heck away, and understandably so. But look at that, the B site has almost entirely fallen. The only line of defense left that has direct access to the site, unrestricted by the opposing team's utility, is that Viper, which is now just sitting in towards B main. And they're well aware of the fact that the Viper's there. John Hamm finds the kill, Crown is dead, Ty soon to follow, looking for another now is Thig. They'll find that as well. It is a massacre on and around the B site for the 3rd round in 4.
Oh.
And they don't even need a spike plant. You blink and you miss it, it's a 7th for San Jose State.
SGSU are giving us a masterclass reason as to why that 5-0 score is not just for show, right? There are some situations, maybe a 4-1 or 3-2, that you can go, hey, okay, maybe they caught the opponent unawares, right? They caught the opponent when they're on a little bit of a downswing. The opponent just wasn't up to their game that time around. SGSU are just saying, nah, no matter what, whether the enemy is on their A game, B game, C game, or S game, whatever you want to say, we are going to match it and then some. And this is also prevalent in the fact that they are not slowing down at all. Usually around this time, when a team is this confident and this kind of dominant, we start to see some sloppy plays, right? We start to see players go off on their own, start to make some crazy plays on their own, mess up, slip up, give an opening. It doesn't feel like we're going to get that from SJSU here. Even with guns in hand, SFU Red somehow feel outgunned.
Well, Operator finds an opening. Not expecting the second. Glow actually does stay alive for a little bit longer than they probably should have, yet die regardless. A spike plan will come through. A Viper's Pit will be available. I don't know if John Hamm's going to elect to use it, but they can should they choose to do so. Hunter's Fury to try to deny the spike plan, at least for the time being, will be successful and actually does a little bit of damage on to Khan as well, but it really will not matter. Teddy finds an opener. An immediate return is there, but it's now a 2 versus 3 rather than a 3 versus 4. Maybe a little bit easier for SFU, but losing one makes your life a little bit more difficult.
Losing a single member no matter what makes all life difficult, I feel like right now. 3v2, all corners are being covered. Ty is going Oh! The read of reads right there. Ty taking a nice peek, got a hit register, and was able to take one more to the grave. I was just like, yeah, you messed up, bro. Sorry about that. SCSU live with 2 alive, but this is, again, their map pick. I understand this is theirs, but this is by far more dominant than I was expecting.
Now, if this was Pearl, and it was 8-0, I'd say yeah. Fracture, maybe. Any other map, not a chance. Sorry. This map has been around long enough to where you should be able to pick up 2 or 3 rounds in the first 8.
Mm-hmm.
At a bare minimum 1. The bonus, maybe a regular gun round. Yeah, you just really haven't used your ultimates. In all fairness, you really haven't had them on the board all that much.
Yeah,
but still an applicable situation. Recon Bolt, very well lined up towards the backside of sight. 0 point will land onto just 2 players. I'll say just because that Viper's snake toxic screen goes down. Big, very lucky to be alive. Will find the opener. And again, the chamber goes down early. That should be the round as well. Unfortunately, with that Viper's Pit used around towards the B side, it finds a very little effect. Kaho does find a return. Crown sits inside of a snake bite, however, and takes a whole 70 damage. Certainly not healthy by any means.
Yeah, standing in the thing that hurts you is never healthy. But right now, SGSU are speed running this map. Not only are they winning the rounds, but they're winning it with plenty of time left, right? These plants are going down within 30 to 40 seconds of round start. To give you an idea, most teams are still trying to prep their entry. At this point, most teams are working with the default. They set up 2-1-2, maybe 1-1, 2-1, or whatever you want to say, depending on how many quarters they choose to go through. they're usually still waiting in the first opening, 20 to 30 seconds. They're still trying to find that opening frag to give themselves the advantage. SGSU are literally pedal to the metal, just pushing in, barely taking it slow. They launch a little bit of util, you can see here, but they're still pushing forward, right? There is no stopping them. Teddy, with a 2 out of 4, says, yeah, we're gonna keep it up. Let's go ahead, shift into 4th gear.
Fragment in towards Tube will at least give them some semblance of control, but Teddy's already aggressing with the tour de force out. No easy way onto the site here for the defensive side, with Tube being locked down. That is at least a long angle dropped here for the defense, and Ty actually finds a follow-up onto Thig, but they still have not cleared Teddy out of that Tube position. Not only locking down the long angle around towards CT, but possibly looking for a follow-up. Very well-timed null command will take that tour de force off the board, and because of it, Teddy falls. Ty looking for aggression with an increased fire rate, unfortunately just will not be able to find it. Kahem finds one, John Hamm a follow-up, that'll be the round as well. It's another for John Hamm, and 10 for San Jose State Blue as they continue on their reign of dominance and find double digits before San Francisco, or not San Francisco, Simon Fraser even find a single. I see SF and I'm like, San Francisco. That is my bad.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, at this point, this is SGSU just putting on a clinic, right? And SFU Red, I wouldn't hate them to try and take a timeout. At the same time, there is a part of you that in your mind just goes, yeah, this is the first place team. They are a cut above. They are a team that is to be absolutely feared. And honestly, the one thing that you can take away from this, the one thing that you can go back and kind of say about this series is, this map is just try and take away the fact that SJSU are confident, right? Their confidence in their push and in their play, their individual skill is something to be marveled at. And if there's anything that teams should take away and try and implement into their own style, it's that specifically. After 10 rounds, we are finally seeing SJSU take things a little bit slow, and it's because their chamber got eked out a little bit of a nasty shot, dropped into about 20 HP.
It is an opener, and at bare minimum, they can heal up that chamber. They do have the overgrowth available for San Jose State. I don't know if they've given Kahem the memo that the overgrowth is available, but they just haven't used it. Guiding Light prepped outside of this Poison Cloud, forces Crown back and being seen with a Recon Bolt. There's the execution. Blink and you miss it. Unfortunately, Simon Fraser did, and they fall because of it. Teddy does fall. It was a headshot instead of a body shot, so that overgrowth really wouldn't have changed the overall outcome. Nonetheless, it should be the round, albeit Bladestorm's popped from behind, and there is still that mid-control gained by Ty. They're looking to play aggressive, and together there's also a rifle now available for Ty, so it's certainly possible as a team. There are 3 ultimates, however, available for the 3 remaining players of San Jose State. The Seekers are used, gaining the whereabouts of both players as they look to aggress. Kaho does find one as they updraft up and over, but unfortunately they're shot out of thin air like a skeet shot out of a launcher, as Khan will find both players to close out the round, and San Jose State look to make it a perfect half into the 12th.
Not just a perfect half, a suppression, right? You can take a look at the number of kills that SFU Red have been able to get. They're still trying to get into double digits. SJSU Blue are not only winning, winning individual gunfights, but they're winning it in coordinated fashion. Normally, if we see this type of fast pace action, you see multiple kills kind of traded back and forth, and we end up with maybe only 1 or 2 left alive almost every single time, right? It leads to very high kill count games with teams consistently losing members on both ends. No, this is SJSU consistently shutting down all advantages that SFU Red are trying to play for. June going ahead, taking John Hamm's life with one of the first bloods that we've seen from SFU Red. Doesn't seem like it's going to change anything too quickly. Thig again with this beauty of an Empress, but taken out by Crown. The hard chase forward for the first time gives SFU Red a player advantage. Looking for a bit more, 30 HP on Crown. Teddy, though, is going to plant all the way on B site. And in a 1v3, SJSU for the first time in a man disadvantage.
They may actually be able to shut down the perfect half. Teddy got the spike down about 10-15 seconds ago, though, so already has full mid control and is looking for the flank. It is planted for B main and is now triggering that flank. They are not watching it by any means. This has just been covered. There should be no reason as to why Teddy is here. They find an opener and immediately retreat, but I don't think they know. If they do, they're just looking to stick the spike, and that'll be the round. There is no way Teddy can get around the spike in time to deny the full spike defuse. There's absolutely no way. Ty will shut it down. Simon Fraser went around in the first half of play. I cannot believe they've been able to pull it off. But San Jose State, that's a little bit of a mistake. Overcommitting onto the A site without the spike there. You're not giving yourself an objective advantage. Big, a little bit of a mistake dismissing up. Tried to reaggress before the dismiss came around. And they were out in the line of sight of Crown as they fell. That is a very well-deserved Simon Fraser round, but a little bit of help there from San Jose State.
It's the capitalizing on a mistake, right? It's the capitalization of a mistake. There are some teams where you just like, that was a mistake, but they don't capitalize. They don't do anything with it, and it still becomes a round one. But very well done, as you said, by SFU Red. Very well and hard fought. Now taking a look, though, still a very big uphill battle, right? For SJSU Blue, they need to win a single pistol, and that puts them on map point. For the side of FSU Red, they pretty much got to play perfect, and against Thig, that's very, very difficult. Tack on a 21st kill, will ya?
Well, he did. Just for some style points. That is the opener, again going San Jose State's way. They didn't have a single player on that A site, but I don't think they particularly care about it. Teleport out. Well, the chamber gets out of dodge. The rest of the team, maybe not so much. June stuck on the backside of a toxic screen to look to retake. The aggression from Thig is finally shut down. Ty finds the kill there with the frenzy, reinvesting just as they did in the first half. But it's now Ty in a 1 versus 4, and there is no way on God's good green earth, or whatever deity you believe in, Earth. Yeah, not happening. San Jose win the pistol in a convincing fashion.
Oh, man. And the worst part about that is the fact that SFU Red were given a little bit of a taster, right? Because they got the plan down, they should be able to buy up at least some meager options. And they're going to have to, right? You can't really save here. There's no real option to save. Yeah, like, what are you going to save here? You're just going to, like, there is no saving. So we should see the bargain bin buys here, and they're going to try their best, right? We do see the Spectres coming out. Stinger in hand. Are we going to, okay. I think that's the Guardian being brought out by Crown. So they have something, and it's actually going to match the side of SJSU Blue. It comes down to the skill differences here. Who will come out with the round?
My money is on San Jose State, but I am not a
really?
by any means. Thig dropping the leer, faking the fact they want to drop out the vents, but will not do so, opting for the more conservative approach on the defensive side. June doesn't see John Hamm, who looks to aggress. A guiding light has gone to the bottom of mid, but Ty's actually the one to find the opener. And Teddy will fall. The aggression from Gahem does come through. They find one, but only one. This is now certainly possible for Simon Fraser. And it's a 1v4, but 3 players are low. Oh my goodness, Thig just dropped straight into a fragment. If you could write that any better, you'd be a millionaire. Simon Fraser make it a second round victory. Oh my goodness.
You know, for the first person to get double-digit kills on the side of SFU Red, that is the best way to do it, right? That is the best way to get an 11th kill. Just perfect, like chef's kiss all the way through. 11 kills so far for Ty. They do win their own kind of anti-eco here, and now they get a chance at an extra, right? Or I guess that would be the bonus if it matches up. Now it's the anti-eco, if you will. They have guns in hand, but they just can't lose anything else, right? They're going to look SJSU, a single hero rifle, which is going to be that Marshall. They're going to try and give it their best shot. With a hard rush here, SFU Red chasing onto this B site, drawing the attention of SJSU. With the wall up, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Gahem able to take one before falling on their own side, and multiple nades being tossed down. SFU Red with a quick plant immediately go back on defense.
Oh my goodness, but Teddy's actually found a way back in. Glow does take Khan out, but it's a 3v3 as they're retaking. Thig is still alive, has a Marshall in hand, so no automatic weapon available, and because of that they will fall. It's Ty with a quad kill, and 3 to close out the round in a very clean fashion as well. Will continue on their own reign of dominance here for the Simon Fraser University Red side. And will also build up the null command. 15 and 12, by the way, for the KO here on the attack. And looking pretty clean doing it at that. Is over-fragging over everybody other than Gahem and Thig. And that's it.
Yeah. This is going to be the big turning point, I think, right? Ty is going to be trying to use that null command to be breaking into a base once again, because you know you had to upgrade, right? You see all the weapons spot up. Now for SFU Red, this is the big challenge for them. They are trying to lock down SJSU Blue here. And again, with only the Seekers alive, you're not too worried. There it is. There's going to be the null command going through. Teddy, though, is going to drop Glow like a hot sack of potatoes. And it's going to be a painful time. Look how far up Teddy is. Teddy is so far up, it's ridiculous. And Crown, though, answers right back with some angry retorts here. John Hamm fires through on Crown, drops it to a 2v2. With the null command all the way out, it's down to that duo versus a duo. Spike now going to be rotated onto A site. Let's see what they can do.
Fragment buys them a little bit of time. It will be a dual-pronged retake. However, the whereabouts of both prongs certainly known here for this attacking side. I think that was a dink onto John Hamm. Looking for more, though. It's Khan around the backside of the pyramids. Ty does find the opener, looking to line up the kill, but Khan misses the opportunity. Kaho is able to shut them down, and SFU Red now find a fourth. They have 1/3 of San Jose State's rounds and are a third of the way of making it to OT. Albeit still 66.6 repeating of, well, percentages to try and get back. But hey, it's a start.
That is always such a feels bad moment, though. Khan thought that they had the headshot, and it's a double tap. That's insta kill, right? Nope, you shot the neck. Sorry, not complete damage there. Feels so bad. Might have been able to pull off that that clutch victory to take the map, but you're gonna have to work once again from the bottom up. No weapons in hand. You're gonna have to try your best here, but you do have 2 ultimates. So if you're able to get your hands on some weapons, you could try and draw the Empress out. Thig, of course, who has been a monster with the Sheriff every so often, is going to try and do some work quietly hopping off the rope, trying to walk through this poison wall. Do you actually spot someone? Swing to the left, doesn't really check, and there you go. Drops one, immediately turns to get the rest. The rest of the team is going to be there, but a quick sweep means Kaho finds a jumping and very scared Thig.
No way! Kaho also stays alive. That's the most important part. A headshot does 145 damage. Somebody give whoever got that headshot a hug because they damn well need it. Crown's still alive. Another body shot really just not found here for Teddy. And they're going to be put out of position. A very well placed snake bite, but even better target prioritization. Teddy with that double. Kaho on the flank will find one. The Seeker's just not given the opportunity to snuff out that position. But they turn around at the worst time. Kaho on that 5 HP may very well save them, and will indeed. The 5 health difference will keep Simon Fraser in it as they stay alive for, I'll say it, 1 more round.
Kaho channeled that absolute dangerous animal threat. Living on a prayer, said, all right, all bets are off. Dragged a 4K out, and yes, that was a 30 round. SJSU Blue working with almost no weapons. Yes, that's true, but it was still one to celebrate, right? Now going into it, Teddy with an operator saying, okay, I'm going to have 2 order and operator ready. I am going to cause some problems. Same with the Viper's Pit and the Emperor still alive, so SJSU Blue have all that they really need to make things work. Thig, of course, still trying to push up forward. Glow gets a glowing headshot on Khan. Thig is now going to call that Empress ready to go. Backing up to the rest of the team, and SFU Red got to be ready for it.
They want to end this. John Hamm gonna aggress straight through the toxic screen. Will find a double. Die does find that return. At least one, but Thig with one of their own will also have that overheal available because the Empress is on the board. A 1 versus 2. Kaho was clutched before. They need to do it again, but they've run out of blades. Only one left over, but they find the refresh. They find Thig as well. Down goes the Empress. The aggression here. The guiding light misses, but so does the right click. The headshot not so much. Kaho, 7 kills, 2 rounds. Simon Fraser, it's another. They keep going.
Kaho, what's going on? Kaho, tell me. This is by no means an accusation, but my gosh, did you just toggle? My gosh, the last 2 rounds have been immaculate. The absolute pop-off off of Albert Hong here. Ridiculous play so far. A 3K, I think that was actually 4Ks back-to-back. What a monstrous save here to push themselves up to 17.
Oh, is that human? It's not true. They're not human. It's not true. I'm sorry. Thig's gonna get aggressive and needs to find an opener. Will not be able to do so. Thig actually does find one, but Kaho finds the return. Apparently the Achilles heel is a jet, and that jet happens to have a name tag that starts with a K and ends with a way to say aloha, but with some switch words or switch letters and some missing. I don't know. I was playing off Hawaii earlier on. Crown won. It's June of the 2nd. 1 versus 4. And unfortunately, Kahem is A, not Kaho, and B, not Jet, and C, only has a sheriff. Simon Fraser, if they come back, I'm going to lose my mind.
At that point, we're leaving the desk. Go straight to break because we are going to have such a hard time processing this. And yes, we understand that SGSU Blue just need 1 good gun round. We understand that that's a factor. All they need is 1. We get that. The fact that SFU Red have won 6 freaking rounds in a row and have looked better and better after every single round, that is not normal. I want to point that out. For them to go from like wallowing in Kaho being the last one alive to starting to look so flush with some of these rounds, it is ridiculous. Teddy now going to get mowed down in a full-on firing squad here. Able to take one with themselves, but in comes that beautiful, beautiful Hunter's Fury. June is going to find Kahem with that ulti. And they're going to get the plant. Plant goes down here. SFU Red going to look to maintain themselves. Again, this is another gun round. If they're able to win this one, they could push themselves up to 9 if they win the following round. SGSU going to try their hardest to be able to bite back.
And there's no easy way here for Thig to get in. They need to be able to drop Crown. If they can find a tag onto the Viper, they're in a good position. There's a spray. There's the kill. Down goes the Viper's pit. Down goes the Toxic Screen as well. They have killed the VIP. Glow's on a flank, though, and they just do not know it.
Oh!
Crown has fallen. John Hamm in a 1 versus 2. A Poison Cloud on the Spike. They'll look to stick it to completion, and they almost certainly have to. A Shock Dart on the Spike will do 75 damage, but just not find the kill. They'll drop their own Poison Cloud, but to their own demise as Glow finds the follow-up. Simon Fraser find an 8th. And they keep a rifle alive as well. Their economy, not the greatest by any means, but it's just round by round. San Jose State, they'll be forced to save. It's almost a certain round here for Simon Fraser, but if San Jose State win this, you know, I don't know what to make of this series.
I'm just... You know, I may have jinxed it at the beginning when I said when a team gets this far ahead.
I cast a few fights. I cast cursed a few fights. You cast curse the map.
Yeah, like this, I said at the beginning, I was like, SGSU Blue, there's a tendency for teams, like, when they get ahead, they tend to get a little bit sloppy. They tend to feel a little bit overconfident, and they start making unorthodox mistakes. There's also a point where if you are ahead, you tend to have a hard time dragging it back to, you know, the serious mode. When you're in fun mode for too long, it's very hard to drag yourself back into, well, we actually have to win. We have to play smart. We have to play in this certain standard. And I'm not going to say that SJSU can't do that because, of course, in their records, they have shown that they do get pushed to the brink sometimes and are still able to win out the series. They are still 5-0 again and again. I will say that. The problem is to see this happen. You can't, going into playoffs, you don't want to see this happen, right? For teams that are looking, as we do see Ty again rounding out that side. Crown takes Kahem, and we're looking at another SGSU Blue. They're going ahead and getting knocked down. Teddy is able to take one before falling. It's now 9-12. Light, we're looking at double digits for SFU Red.
Oh my gosh, this is where I start to get worried. Where you hit 9-10 rounds, that's what I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, I am concerned. This is my concerning point. Let's draw out a little bit of a timeline. Let's predict some future possibilities now, shall we? San Jose State, they can win this and the game's over. Alright, this is a gun round, it's certainly possible. They lose this, they're forced onto another save. We see SFU pick up 11, and we're looking at a 24th round to decide it. Of which is basically a coin flip, and the attacking side has won a whole lot of coin flips that seem to be a little rigged, if I do say so myself.
Oh,
mainly because
my
Kaho
gosh.
exists, of whom finds another opener. Crown does find one before falling. Kahem does hit their shots this time, albeit they had an automatic weapon and a fairly immovable target. But it's still another spike plant. It's still a man disadvantage on a retake, and most importantly, well, Kaho's alive.
I can't believe we're seeing this. It was a hard chase by SJSU, and this is going to still be a problem. Right now, SJSU Blue are trying to play this one slow, but Glow is ready, so is Ty,
way.
and they get annihilated. This is not close. 4 members still alive. SFU Red giving SJSU Blue a taste of their own medicine. Look at that scoreboard. Look at that scoreboard, and look at the stark difference from half 1 to half 2. It is a mirror image.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It's not complete. That's why I don't like it. I need OT. And then we just take a screenshot, say, who could have wrote a better script, and farm Twitter impressions. That's how this works. What?
Oh my, no.
I'm sorry.
No.
No, Thig's now gonna have Empress. And also has a stinger to work with. May have to reload. Luckily does not find another. If this was the round they'd close things off on, just as if it was 12-10 again, That would be absolutely insane. Again, they're buying into this with SMGs at a bare bones best. The Seekers are available, and they've now been used to the fullest extent possible. Hunter's Fury comes through, finds a tag, maybe not a follow-up, but Glow is now taken away. It's Crown in a 1 versus 4, no utility left over, and the headshot is found. What a way to close it out! San Jose State say, screw it! We don't want to win in a 13-1 fashion. We'll give you 9 charitable rounds for your round differential, just to keep you in the standing sheet. And San Jose State, yeah, they win Breeze. It wasn't one. That's how you do it.
You know, I was going to disagree with you. I was going to disagree with the fact that, you know, they gave the rounds over anything. The golden dabbing penguin at the end leads me to believe otherwise. Either way, though, it was exciting because, again, it goes back to the fact that we talked about, right? SGSU Blue, they're a squad to absolutely be feared. But if there is one thing that SFU Red had to do, it was take advantage of mistakes. Whether those mistakes be intentional or not, it is important that you take hold of an opportunity and run with it. And I say SFU Red, for what it's worth, absolutely did that. Taking so many rounds in a row, giving us an absolutely glorious comeback reel. For what it's worth, they looked really good doing it.
Would you like to know how much they delayed if it compared to a 13-1 victory to a 13-10 victory?
All right, lay it on me, lay it on me.
I saw the scoreboard clock before the game ended, and I have the VOD up. So this game started at the 2 hour and 44 minute mark of our VOD. So, some simple deductions. At a 12-1 scoreline, it was 3 hours and 5 minutes. You're looking at a 21, 22, maybe 23-minute game. With the 9 rounds gained back and the overall 10-round delay, it was a 35-minute game. They delayed that 12, 13, 14 minutes from its conclusion just based off of attacking dominance. If that was a defensive-sided Breeze and we saw that happen in that manner, we would have seen a 45-minute 13-10. Because when the attacking side controls the tempo, like these two teams did with spike plants within 40 seconds before the minute mark hits that clock, which is unprecedented from what I've seen in the NECC thus far this season, in such a fashion that both teams do so in such a consistent way, we see 23 rounds, it ends in 35 minutes, should have been twice that, in my opinion, considering how consistent the attacking side was. I thought we were seeing OT. I thought we were going to at least see a 24th round. I was ousted twice in both assumptions. I'm actually very disappointed in how that game ended, just because of, yeah, it was very well done from San Jose State to bring it back, but I really wanted it to be a gun round. I wanted it to be straight off the fact that, well, they had equal machinery. They just had better skill in that final round required. Very well done from San Jose State overall to win the map. Should have been done a little quicker.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe we get that on bind, which is going to be SFU Red's map pick. And I mean, if their attack is that consistent for both teams, I am terrified to see what bind is going to bring. So let's go ahead, go to a break. Let's make sure the teams get a little bit of rest and get ready to go for the second map right now. SGSU Blue lead in 1-0, but SFU Red are going to try their best to come back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for game number 2. And if game 1 was any indicator, we got some spice headed your way. We saw SJSU Blue take a ridiculously commanding lead. And to give you an idea, that was 11-1. 11-1 at half. And then, just out of nowhere,
And then they won a
SFU
pistol.
said, yeah,
And they won the pistol.
it got out of control. It got out of control. We understand that. And right now, SFU Red, whether it be because they saw an opening and took it, or they did it on their own sheer will, Kao had a ridiculous set of rounds to give him so much confidence. Another player that we want to watch for as we go to their map pick. We are headed to Bind for game number 2.
Yeah, and Bind moving forward should lead to the aggression, again, of San Jose State. I'm not going to lie to you, this should be their map. I don't see a way in which SFU are able to come back. Now, yes, it is starting on the defensive side for San Jose State, so that may lead to their disadvantage, but the defensive aggression for Bind actually plays fairly well, especially when you can bring it around towards long, maybe Fountain, that being B, Showers, A mid, B mid, maybe. That's really a question mark. But most of the time, in your 4 main avenues of attack onto any site, 3 of them are viable, aggressive options for the defensive half. So, looking at the defensive side, if San Jose State choose to get aggressive, and, well, we see Thig continue to hit his shots, and hopefully Kaho, at least for them, cools down just a little bit. I honestly don't see that happening, but, well, hopefully for them it does. Well, then we may see them start to propel forward. Kaho hovering a Sage? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
It is... It's definitely a question mark. I agree with that. Almost as many question marks as Ty has Ys in their name. But it is going to be swapped out at the last moment, right? Duel is coming out. This is more what we expected. Again, Kaho. And it's not to say that that utility players can't pop off, but the fact is Kaho is currently in the zone, right? Whether that carries over into game 2 or not, we want to see Kaho on some proactive agents here. Going to be matched out by Thig, who again, in their own right, had a ridiculous game as well. First one to reach 20 kills in that game number 1 was inkling towards, I think, 27 or 28 at the end of the day. So
I can give you an exact number in like 10
oh,
seconds.
perfect. It was ridiculous. It was up there with some of the best. So dueling duelists on the exact same agents is going to be very, very fun to watch. We are seeing the fades come through as well as the chambers, and I think overall this is going to be a mirror matchup, except for the Sky. We did see the Sky come out for SJSU Blue, who are running it on their own side.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised. We saw the Sky on map 1. That's not too out of the blue. Quick notes on kills back from map number 1, by the way. John Ham, Thig, and Ty all outfragged Kaho, even though Kaho was mechanically insane for like 4 straight rounds. Just something to note, by the way. They really just didn't show up in the first half. I think Ty was a little bit more consistent in the first half. That's what played in their favor. If I remember correctly, 15 kills in that first half span, even with dropping 11-1. So that helped them later on. In the second half, they only found 10 kills. Nonetheless, it was still consistency rather than just individual pop-off moments from Kaho in that second. John Ham really stepping up in terms of not only utility usage, but on the Viper was able to frag out as well, 20 and 14 for them. Whereas Thig was just consistently dominant, albeit later on in the second half, maybe fell off a little bit, but was still fragging out 28 and 18 with 3 assists, for all of you wondering how their Lears did. 10 first bloods, by the way, for Thig. The next closest was Teddy on 4. Everybody else had 2 or less. And there were only 2 players with 2, by the way.
Well, that's something to think about right now. We are getting underway with the first pistol round. As we said, SJSU on that defending side. And Kaho, again, opens up after losing 1. So right now, a trade of blows. SFU Red, though, after that opening over on B side, said, hey, A is going to be our chance. Let's go ahead and rotate over. HP bar a little bit low on SJSU Blue side. But that won't really matter, as again, they are very slow on the rotate here. A little bit questionable. They're going to send 3 over, 1 lurking in mid. They're going to try and test their metal. Oh my gosh. Why? Oh no. Oh no. Around the corner, they swing, and Kaho was a bit more ready on it. Thig goes down with a headshot.
shot, by the way. Low HP was Thig anyway. The aggression now coming in through a mid. Teddy has avoided most of the Prowler effectiveness, but has also avoided hitting their shots, apparently. Now a 2 versus 4 as they look to re-aggress in here on the defensive side. They do use the Sky Smoke to make sure they could relegate that, well, surprising Shower's position, looking to switch places, but John Hamm actually misses the opportunity, and, well, out goes the chamber, out goes John Hamm. Kaho finds a 4K, picking up right where they left off in the previous map, and it's the opener and the pistol going the way of Simon Fraser. By the way, their first pistol of the series, for all of you curious.
That is a good time to have it as well, right? Great time. And again, these teams, we did identify them as very aggressive teams, and again, deciding whether that was just map specific or team specific is the hard thing here. So game number 2 here should give us a great indication of that factor. And keep in mind as well, for how strong SJSU Blue were, almost all of their maps leading up have been in the higher numbers, so it has not been complete lockouts. So again, this might be an inherent thing that they do, which is kind of lose out in some of those scenarios, kind of give up, or give up a couple rounds. Right now, though, Ty goes ahead and picks up 2 of their own. June follows through, and the rest of the team scatter about. SJSU Blue carrying with 1 over, hiding off in a corner, gonna hope to get a frag, but the one-way catches them out, and Kaho pads their stats even more.
Another kill going away, Kaho, and another round going away, Simon Fraser. That's a round they should have won. They lose only a single player, of whom dropped a Spectre, and luckily it was retrieved, as a matter of fact, by a player who wielded a ghost. I'm not sure who that was. I honestly did not catch a name. Nonetheless, they do not lose a single weapon bought up, so they should be perfectly fine. They actually do buy up an extra Stinger just for S's and G's that I'm not allowed to say on stream. But San Jose State Blue on the defense, now fully buying up. This is the bonus round for Simon Fraser. Win this, you break the economy of your opponents, and you put yourself in a really good spot. You lose it, you buy next round. No harm, no foul.
Oh, we'll see what they can do here, and Ham goes ahead and says, hey, now that we got the guns back in place, let's go ahead and run up our own set of rounds. Teddy hiding off in the corner, beautifully held, and actually just a little bit off center as well, making sure that they don't get sprayed out by the blind spray. And it leads to at least 1 frag. SJSU Blue up a single player and looking for a bit more. Split pincer moving in through hookah here. Looking for a bit more of their own. Multiple smokes clouding their vision, though, as June and friends hold it down as best as possible. Khan is going to find 2, though, and break open that round as it goes. SJSU Blue, a little bit hard fought, but they are able to maintain. It is going to be 2-1 for the opening 3 rounds. And we are going to get the full gun rounds on either side.
You know, I'm going to be a little picky here, because San Jose State have showed me that they know what they're doing, so I'm going to do it anyway. I want to first note the fact that the trigger discipline was good, waiting and not peeking through that toxic screen, but as soon as it falls, you have to have that target prioritization. Somebody crosses in front of your vision, finish the first kill. Because, unfortunately, you find, 1 kill across onto Kaho, but you were trying to follow up onto Glow, and when Crown drops straight in front of you, you switch to Crown, and because Crown had a vertical switch in their position as they came across your screen, you missed both kills. You probably could have had the first onto Glow. You have that target prioritization down. It just does not come in. So, maybe the kill there. Also, jumping through smoke so that a flash to work off of, probably not the greatest decision, especially into multiple players in the opposing side. There is an orbital strike to create some space here for Simon Fraser. I don't know about using an orbital strike for space, but you can really use that for a close point or something like that. But hey, if you're going to use an ultimate, might as well use it in a place you're comfortable with and one you choose in your own right. Thig does find the opener. Crown falls, already losing 1 of your 2 controllers here for the Simon Fraser side, of which we really didn't mention, by the way. But nonetheless, they do have double controller. One of them's down. Well, Teddy's down as well.
John Hamm saying, hey, you can't get away with that. I'll go ahead and take 1 back. 4v3, a little bit HP difference. SFU Red, hoping to make their names known. Battle Sim goes in. Inside, though, Kaham lays up 2, taking the domes from Ty and June. And then Hookah, Kaham picks up a 3K. Ties it up at 2 apiece, and SFU Red will have to work off the save.
Not only that, but building off of San Jose State winning that round, they keep 4 guns on the board, but surprisingly, Simon Fraser will actually buy here. They had enough money because of the spike plants on the board, so with that, they'll be able to purchase up opening with a toxic screen prep towards A to split line of sight in that general direction. I do like the fact that they're setting up for success early on. I also like the fact they're trying to play around ultimates into this round. They have the Nightfall available. Showstopper is close. Everything else nowhere near. On the other side, all this is Seekers, and that's really information. That was a haunt through the teleporter, by the way, for all of you who didn't see that. Dig finds the open arm to Kaho, looking for the L plus raise diff, as I believe it is exactly put in Twitch chat. L Thig raise diff from Kachoy Boy about 2-3 rounds ago when they actually fell, ironically. Kaho, that does now come through, but then Thig dies. So my bad. Suppose Caster's Curse. L plus raise dead.
We enjoy our caster cursing, whether it be the map, the players, or just the round. It's a good curse all the way around. It's entertaining to say the least. Ty going ahead, getting bit a little bit here. SFU Red still deciding what the heck they want to do, and for the first time, they're taking it slow again. Early attacks have led them to losing members left and right and dealing with that gamble of sorts. But of course, Khan, hiding out in hookah, said, "Hey, Glow, you made a lot of noise there. Thanks for the kill."
Guiding Light actually gives a sound cue when it lands, so that landing forces them away. Double teleport in towards the shower side, not showstopper side. Teddy becomes the showstopper. Doesn't even need an ultimate. We'll find a triple kill because of it. San Jose State make it a fairly clean 5th round and a 3rd round victory in their own right. Yeah, they lose the pistol in conversion. After that, they seem near flawless. And are Simon Fraser buying again? No way.
And granted, this is something that we've seen a little bit more. So we have seen teams opting for this because of the stinger and its lowered buy price. You are able to get away with this. So this is not out of the ordinary, right? It can be done. However, is it a great strategy? Still yet to be seen, right? It's giving yourselves a little bit better opportunity. Right now, SJSU Blue, though, realizing that this is an actual thing and Teddy has to get the heck out of there. Showers are no longer safe. You can get very, very dirty in there. And Crown says, yep, you stayed a little bit too long. Hard spray from Ty, able to find Teddy's life. You're giving it quite a bit of options. The Nightfall clearing out most of the site, but Thig goes ahead and says, that's one too many. You stop right there and wait for my go. Bouncing through, Thig trying to clear out a lot of that space and fires away, catches Ty at the feet.
That's so disappointing for Ty as well. Nothing they could do to get out of there. Sitting on the bench, caught, but June now on a flank. This has just been cleared by the entirety of San Jose State. They should not be watching this. Both players are here, though, and given the fact that they're both on that flank, they should not have both peeked. You only found one kill. The cover's still there, and Khan finds the frag back. San Jose State very well disciplined to have everybody turn. The communication was there, but Simon Fraser, it's a situation of woulda, coulda, shoulda. They did not, they do not, and they will not. It is another San Jose State round, and seemingly everybody has ultimates at this point. Showstopper, Viper's Pit, and Tour de Force for Simon Fraser. It's Nightfall and Tour de Force for the defensive side of San Jose State, with Orbital Strike well on the way as well.
My namesake ready to go with just one more orb, and I mean, John Hamm's going to put it to use, right? That's the hope here. You know, June tried their best, but John Hamm should do a bit better. Right now, they are split into a 2-1-2, and with an aggressive push up, Teddy, taking a little bit from Kaho's book, said, hey, let me in on that highlight reel, will you? Kaho said, cool, it's all yours, let me go a different direction. Immediately backs up out of hookah and said, I ain't testing that one with my life. The opening frag again, SFU Red. Whenever this does happen, they slow down the pace quite a bit, and considering they didn't pick up the spike, they were also just chasing the kills, so that doubles down a little bit on the pain that they're feeling.
And not only that, but they also lose the Brimstone. So there go your smokes. The extent of what you have is a Poison Cloud, of which I think was already lined up towards the CT door, which is usually where that heads for the Viper, because you're that secondary controller. And, well, the toxic screen, you can see the top right of your map, that's set up across A, of which is currently being prepped for this Simon Fraser side. The incorrect call to rotate around your raise. I don't know about this here for San Jose, but maybe an early rotate back will come through, and a fortuitous one at that, considering, well, look at this, 4 players aggressing, all on towards the site specifically. The Haunt has only found 1, though. That's the most important part. The Nightfall to come through will find 4 players to return. Thig does find the refrag, but Khan goes down after that Nightfall comes through, and Ty falls straight through the Viper's Pit. While, yes, it's up, you're not involved vulnerable well inside. And oh my goodness,
Ooh.
Crown may not be either. Jeez.
John Hamm said, hey, give me that opportunity, and they follow through. Well done on their part, and I mean, that I feel that chalks it up to John Hamm just hard spraying through with the battle stem, right? Really, really important because it forced out the SFU Red could not get the plant down, right? Couldn't force anything else out, and still had to play a little bit up to try and get the plant. So, you know, little things, whether it actually made a difference or not, who's to tell, but well done by SJSU Blue. We're currently at a 3-round lead.
They continue to extend. I think this is the most important part. Yeah, we look at this 5-2 scoreline and say, oh yeah, Simon Fraser is still in this. But remember, they've won the pistol round, they've won the conversion round. That's it. They've been close, one, maybe 2 occasions, but that's about all she wrote for their current shots. Sees actually misses, doesn't find direct line of sight onto Thig, so maybe a false sense of security here for the attacking side. Thig throws in that paint shell, the orbital strike to follow up for the defensive side. That finds nothing. Apparently they hate your namesake ultimate, and neither orbital strike will find damage nor kills. However, some space gained, I suppose, here for the defensive side. Thig, a little bit of over-aggression, does find damage, but just not a kill. Kahem, damage of their own onto Crown, but again, no frag in their favor. John Hamm, well, not so lucky for Simon Fraser. A double as they stand. It's June left alone in a 1 versus 3. They have full HP in every single bit of their utility, including the orbital strike, should they find at least 1 kill and or a spike plant. But the question is, do they become, well, situationally aware and turn around? They are turning around, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill either. They don't. They do build up the orbital strike, but they die for it, and they lose the round as well.
We're a team for teams that we saw be very aggressive on their attacking side. SJSU Blue are doing well to kind of nullify SFU, right? For a team that's also trying to diversify their options and figure out exactly what entry they want to go for. SFU Red are playing this a mite too slow, I feel like. They're giving a lot of time for SJSU Blue to figure out their options and figure out their game plans. That's why we're seeing these gun rounds start to swing a bit more into SJSU's favor. We're seeing them be able to get these flanks off without being noticed. And Glow's going to try and change that up here. 2 out of 4 is being called out. A little bit in the hanging garden as on the corner we see another slow down, but nice little fade. June gets caught out, but Kaho gets a double up on Thig and Kahem. Are you kidding me? Annihilates 2, opens up a huge amount of space, but Khan does the exact same. It's down to a 2v2, even after an amazing display by the Razes.
The issue is they've shot out that trademark, so they're well aware of the fact that this rotates coming from behind, and well, they go through the teleporter anyway, so the sound cue's certainly there. Both players coming from this hookah position. Glow finds an opener, trying to crouch under the shots as John Hamm, and correctly so. They will at least be able to find damage, just not the kill. A one-way smoke created as they drop away, but also drop to their demise. Glow switches to the Phantom and finds the headshot onto John Hamm. San Jose State, their streak is finally ended. Simon Fraser will win a round outside the first 2.
Took a little bit of time, but better late than never. Again, this is already better than in game number 1, right? Last time around, we did see SFU Red be down about 11 rounds before they were even able to find 1. So being able to collect 3 here in the first half feels really, really good. Right now, Teddy, though, opening up with their own 2 out of 4, saying, hey, Glow, you ready for a little bit of revenge? See if they can play it out. Of course, right now, SJSU Blue hiding out in wait with a pretty deep cover, and Thig gonna show around with their own showstopper. Is able to find 1. Orbital strike goes a little bit wide. June able to find Thig, and it ends in complete death. 3v3, all left alive and all chasing for each other right now.
No way! John Hamm swings, he finds that kill, and he has no idea. That's the most important part. It's a 1v1 in hookah. And they have absolutely no clue. There's also a flank in the chamber. What is going on? June may smoke off hookah, but still look to aggress. There's 2 players around the backside of Gardens as they look to aggress in that same exact position. The haunt on towards the site has yet to clear Khan, and Khan looks away at the worst time and falls! Tactical first-person shooters and timing leading again! But this time, it's San Jose to come out on the back foot of it. But here's a flank coming through, looking to drop the spike planter. Teddy finds a first, switches to the headhunter, finds a follow-up as well. San Jose State, timing be damned. Still fighting the round. I don't know how they do it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't know. These teams are just swapping rounds like they're pieces of candy over a lunch table. They are the last two just looked a little bit ridiculous. And when I say toss the rounds or traded the rounds, yes, SJSU Blue have won 6 in a row, but they keep swapping advantages. They keep giving back these little moments that feel like the opponent can absolutely take advantage of, and they do, but it's passed back and forth, and the only one that really knows what happens is that coin flip, right? That one that lands on that perfectly called side, whether it be heads or tails. What we are taking a look at right now is a little bit in the sky as Lanterns is going to be completely cleared out. SJSU Blue wondering what's happening as Thig goes ahead and finds Crown for the first blood.
Here.
Teddy's been seen though, and apparently not much they could do about it. With the full sky smokes on towards the site, and them now dissipating. There is a judge coming through. Kaho, a double, now finding a triple into a 1 versus 2, but it's an ace clutch scenario for the known fragger here on Simon Fraser. Certainly possible. They have been cut down to just the Roomba and nothing else. No utility, and, well, still time, but not all that much of it. About half the round remaining at that. Crossfire established in through a mid. There's no utility towards showers, so at minimum there should be a time in which one of them looks away, and John Hamm does so at the worst possible time. Kaho finds an opener. Teddy now looking in that general direction, but I don't think Kaho's expecting the exact same position held by the opposing player. Teddy on the backside of default, swings for the kill, finds the information, but just does not find the damage, and Kaho's looking for the spike, but will find the ace instead. From the judge to the vandal, but most importantly to the jury and the executioner, it's the ace for the Rays and a 4th for Simon Fraser.
We are really living in the world of Kaho at this point, right? 4Ks across the board in game number 1, ridiculous frags out, and then now to branch themselves away from Glow, who they were matching over the entire course of time. Kaho may not be the greatest fragger after game number 1, but is absolutely a clutch artist. That's all I'm going to say. Kaho, the clutch artist, is here to play right now. And as SJSU Blue do not give the respect over to Kaho that he deserves, they are going to be in trouble. Right now, they do just that, though. Thig is going to go ahead, swing hard on the crown, and Kaho's going to dance forward, try and take a snapshot, and Kaho lands and is able to spin on 2! Are you kidding me? In a situation that you're only supposed to be able to take 1, you grab 2, ends up dying to the paint shell, but turns it to a 3v3. SJSU Blue do lock out Kaho, but lose 2 in that trade. It's down to Teddy, who's going to try and spam away. The rest of the team trying to rotate through, but the teleporter draws them away. SFU Red aiming for A site.
Oh. Yeah, but they're aiming for A site, and Glow is actually hit straight through the TP. Nightfall will be used on towards the site. John Hamm trying to spray before it leads to their demise, and the incendiaries put down pre-ultimate. An orbital strike being prepped on towards default, but without a sound cue, they have absolutely no idea that they are or are not on the site. Con on a flank, no idea for Glow as to whether they are or are not pushing straight forward. But Simon and Fraser have no clue what they even want to do. Apparently the calls go back towards mid, rotate in towards B mid, and straight onto the B side itself, at least for June himself, but they'll have to rotate straight in through that fade, and there's no easy way in. Also, by the way, just before they start to aggress, there's no way Kaho should have been able to find a second there, because not only
Absolutely
were they
not.
stuck after the showstopper and stuck whipping their rifle out, they also were stuck with a cabbage hitting them and a stun effect. Here's the aggression, by the way, on towards this A side. Teddy's close, the orbital strike used to push them away, but they will get the spike down around towards the triple position. John Hamm will deny it though, so the round does indeed go San Jose State's way, and insult to injury, Glow dies. Albeit dying after time doesn't do anything, it's dying after, or surviving after the round that really hurts you. But Simon Fraser still losing the half, 8-4. That's chaotic. I don't get it. This series has been wild.
I love it. So the series has devolved from coordinated strikes of aggression in game number 1 to who gets to show off more, right? Kaho or any of the other members versus Thig, John Hamm, and Kaham, and just who makes the better highlight reel. It's devolved into, at this point, we don't even know what we're doing. So how can the opponent know? We just go hard and hope for the best, and I think it's, you know, it's showing its stuff here. SFU Red, they're getting closer and closer to taking a couple more rounds, but SJSU Blue have a commanding lead, right? 4-round difference. Into this pistol round, SFU Red are hoping to take their second pistol round of this series. Right now chasing after SJSU Blue, who are chasing into A of their own site. Let's see if they can pull this off.
Certainly a possibility. Seize actually does land, so information that one player's in towards heaven. Paint shells towards default does delay the spike plant at a bare minimum here for the San Jose attack, but it's a 5v5 retake now established. The Roomba establishes that at least one player's in the bench position. The spray actually does a decent bit of damage considering it's a pistol round. Smoke from behind, Ty finds the kill, John Hamm will fall. 3 players on this flank, by the way, all looking to find kills. The paint shells will do damage, but June, most importantly, will find the kills. Khan with a double, now a triple of their own. It's June in a 1 versus 2 though. Taps the spike, looking to prep in that aggression, but is tapped in their own spray forward through their own sky smoke, and the frenzy on the board makes that stick of the spike ever so difficult. They will tap it once more, trying to bait in this aggression from San Jose State, of which they will do so correctly. The spray almost lands as well. The kill, not so much. It's San Jose State to win the second half pistol. 3 of 4 now won for the Spartans, as they continue with the aggression and extend their lead.
Chaos, whichever way we look at it. Like, this is all that's happening. It's just mass chaos, mass gunfights, just hoping for the best by running into a site. And right now, SJSU going ahead and happily taking that gun advantage. A frenzy on Teddy, who I think is opting to save up, just saying, hey, rest of the team, you guys got this, don't worry about it. See if they can pull it off. SFU Red going ahead, doing a 3-2, 3 on B. Gonna be somewhat of the right call. In goes a couple util pieces just to spot out. And SJSU Blue gonna get the orb and look for a bit of 5-man pushing. Kaho getting caught. Judge is ready to go, and we know what Kaho can do with this Judge. Not gonna be enough. Khan this time ready and waiting.
Shorty unfortunately finding nothing. June will fall as well. That should be the round, and it is indeed. 1 versus 4 with, well, upgraded pistol at best for Crown. I don't even remember what they bought into this, but you can see them whipping out a sidearm. Not a very advantageous weapon, and it's not even an upgraded pistol. It's just a very weird-looking pistol. It's a classic in a 1v4. I don't know what in the world skin this is, but I do not want to see it ever again in my life. It looks so odd and disproportionate to what is normally a classic, and, well, finally it's taken away. It is a San Jose State conversion round victory. They're now looking to win the bonus. They keep 3 players alive, and notably do so with the Vandal on the board as well. So it's certainly possible. They win here, I think they win the series. They lose it, Simon Fraser start a comeback, but I've said they have no shot for, and, well, it ended 13-10 after a 12-1 scoreline, so I'm going to make no predictions.
I mean, we just gotta wait, right? The game actually kicks off once SJSU Blue sit at 12 rounds, right? That's what we've established. Like, that's the only time the game actually starts. That's all we care about. SFU Red know it too. They're just saving their energy. They're just waiting for that, you know, final hour stand and hoping that they can tie down a couple more rounds. Right now, though, 10-4. Eyes are open with their own guns on the board. SFU Red holding off with 1 in corridor and trying to bait this out again. SJSU Blue throwing down a lot of util. Looking the right directions, but June able to find Teddy. And look at the massive spray. Beautiful cleanup. Flawless for SFU Red.
Not much that San Jose could have done to make sure that did not happen. Very coordinated retake without even the site even fully falling. That was just, hey, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Press a button on your keyboard that happens to be correlated to utility, and then hold W and mouse 1. That's exactly what happens. And Simon Fraser are able to build off of that aggression and work it into a round victory. Now, on towards this defensive side, it's the first full gun round of the half. It'll be full abilities alongside full shields for everybody other than Thick. Thick's on 25 shields. That's bad.
You know what? 25 shields, I think, is plenty for a player that is ready to run that Phantom and give an absolute show here. SJSU Blue waiting around this time. Again, playing it a little bit slower, saying, hey, I'm fine here. We got to play it smart. We can't go too crazy. Dropping a couple smokes just to give themselves a bit of opportunity. Thig is going to go ahead and hide out. In goes the Nightfall. They go ahead and open up enough space. No one really caught out there, but Kaho said, hey, Thig, you took the wrong move. Kaho gets a second with a paint shell kill on John Hamm. Plan still goes down, but it's a 3v5, and SFU Red have inadvertently given themselves the greatest chance at a retake.
Oh my gosh, they've got a flank coming through as well. It's a poison cloud to make sure that can come through. Teddy has absolutely no idea and will die because of it. Crown ever so well set up. I don't know if we can speed run around towards the backside of B mid, where that tripwire is usually placed on the stairs, but there was a poison cloud placed on top of it. That's how intricate this setup was for the flank. Simon Fraser able to get that flank through. San Jose State lose the first gun round, and, well, look at their money. It doesn't exist. They were barely able to buy in the previous round. Now it's a hero rifle at the very best, albeit they still have 15 seconds to buy up, so I never really make predictions as to what a buy will be. But Simon Fraser was about as clean as things could have gotten on the defense.
I mean, again and again, we are seeing SFU have these moments of brilliance, and I'm really, really impressed. Again, Kaho, obviously the one standing out with 20 frags, but the rest of the team has done well in their own right. Kaho just out in the middle of the field now, just saying, yeah, give us that opportunity. Sprays down 3, is looking for another, and picks up another. That has to be like the 5th or 6th multi-kill that they've been able to get. A 4K to end a flawless round. Yes, it was an awkward buy. It's ridiculous nonetheless. Like, this is Kaho absolutely tearing it up.
That's their third 4K. So
Only in
racking up
4Ks, by the way.
accolades. Yeah, just specifically 4Ks. They have an ace, just the same. Just for some icing on the cake. Or acing on the cake, if you will.
Oh.
San Jose State, they just need 3-round victories. Simon Fraser, they need 3 rounds just to tie things up. Showstopper Pops may come through. It does indeed.
Oh.
It's a trade of heat-seeking missiles, but Thig finds a target and locks on to it. That being its opposing dogfighting player. Orbital Strike to deny that spike plant right off the bat, but an immediate 2-for-1 trade favoring San Jose State. It's 3-for-1 in the round, and the Orbital Strike, it delayed a few seconds, but it cannot delay the inevitable. As a wise purple man once said, I am indeed inevitable. San Jose State may very well be. Spike plant, 4v2, and time to work with here for the attack.
Right now, quite quiet as well for Crown. Firing up but giving away their location, and this one feels a bit more under control for SJSU Blue until Glow decides to glow up and give us a fantastic show. Looking for just a few more. Kahem was ready to go. 2 left alive for SJSU Blue, but again, a little bit more coordinated on this entry this time around, right? Using that showstopper, followed up by the Seekers, really opening up a lot of space and forcing SFU Red to concede a lot of that territory. And then working off of that, right? Yes, take a look at their kill difference. The spread may not be as dominant as game number 1, but this time around, only a 5 kill difference between all of them. Every single player is trying to pull their weight here for SJSU Blue to close this out 2-0.
And the issue, again, for Simon Fraser is its individual performances. Kaho with 3 multi-frags in this map. 2 of them are 4Ks. There's an ace as well. There's a 4K from the previous map alongside like 7 different 3Ks in stagnant fashion. There's no easy way to put it, but it's just SJSU Blue playing together. Coordination. There were 3 assists on that big kill, by the way. June finds just a single one, but look at that. They vacate the premises. Around towards B they will go, and Glow the only one on the other side of it, but finds an opener. The all-important opener at that. Incendiary towards CT spawn will allow just a 1v3 on the site itself, and Teddy finds a follow-up. They rotate towards elbow, but they don't bring up the force. They don't care! Crowd's caught off guard, and San Jose State with a man advantage, and a spike plant to confirm match at series point.
Illegal! Red card on Teddy right now. Get him out of the game. That should not be allowed. What the absolute heck? Oh man, SFU Red, they fought valiantly. They fought so hard. And to have a round swing because of Teddy's immaculate rotation, that one hurts. And right now, they have enough to buy up. SFU Red, once again, and we said it, this is where the game actually kicks off. This is where SJSU Blue are going to be put to the test. Op in hand for Glow. Couple Phantoms and a Vandal. Kaho ready to go. This is an all-out brawl for what could be the end of the series, or SFU Red going to, again, attempt to make a comeback.
certainly possible here for SFU. They have better ultimates. There's the Nightfall on the board, and they're within 4 ultimate orbs of 4 different ultimates. So they're certainly near a few. Glow will avoid the Guiding Light, not fully though, so will be forced to rendezvous away. They still have to clear Crown from this garden position. There's no utility between them and the garden, and I believe that Haunt over top hasn't fully cleared it. A toxic screen across will fake the fact that garden's not currently occupied, and Kahem is caught off guard. Teddy does find the opener on the Glow, and the information that Crown is still here should be there. A snake bite to try to allow them to back away, but Teddy's looking to aggress and will find the opening kill because of it. Khan is caught off guard with the Haunt landing, but it may not matter. Again, a man advantage. Again, a spike will be planted, and not all that much they can do about it here on this attacking side, or on the defensive side. The Nightfall will land as well. It'll find 3 different players, but only a Prowler left to grab John Hamm, who falls. Hold the phone.
Ty with the random spray, June with the little spray of their own. They're gonna close it up, and it's down to a 1v2. Ty finishes off a third, and that'll push it to 8. SFU Red hang on for dear life, and are able to put it within 4. SJSU Blue had an idea, but could not convert. And Light, we're looking at another chance. SFU Red, I dare don't say it. I don't want to curse it after all. They're fighting back hard. SCSU Blue get a few more chances, a few more gun rounds to work with. This one, and then I think one more after if they lose. So, still plenty left in the tank, but only time knows what will occur.
I don't know anything. I know nothing. Do not put this on me. I've caster's cursed enough. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we
John
both
Hamm
have.
will be
It's
given
we've
a
cursed this
phantom.
entire series.
So this is the last buy, or at least should be for San Jose. If they get a spike plant, they'll buy again. If they don't, they will not be able to. Sprays through, more damage done by San Jose than received by San Jose. So, decent opener.
Oh.
Ty, however, finding the opening kill, and that's Thing gone. That's already your top fragger off the board, and Ty finds another. Ty was bottom fragging heading into the previous round. Now they apparently don't care about the kills on the board. Kaho will be able to back away from the elbow position, but they reaggress, unfortunately only finding 1 kill. It's again a 2v2, and again a spike plant on the B site. This time, Simon Fraser need to stay alive off the back of it.
And it's so quiet. Again, Tutor Force is ready, but keep eyes on that Viper's Pit. SFU Red do have the ultimate advantage. It's gonna be a little poison out. Goes a little bit long, just trying to flush them out as much as possible. Glow hiding off on the edge. Take a look at where they're currently hiding. Crown gonna throw down that pick. Gonna chase in. Kahem is gonna try and eat it. Gonna be decayed down quite low. Gonna play with that 1 HP. And all they have to do is play for time. Keep that in mind. All they want to do, Glow swapping out weapons. Is it gonna be heard? They're taking their time. Both players are waiting around on the edge. And they look around and Kahem is ready. John Hamm fires away. And SFU Red may have outsmarted themselves. And it's taken away by SJSU Blue. But not without its fantastic moments. Both teams fighting hard. Scoreboard delays what actually happened. And it was a 2-0 to SJSU Blue.
Hey, in all fairness, San Jose is consistent. 50 seconds of game time separated game 1 and 2, and 2 rounds as well. 13-10, 13-8. They looked good and better in bind. It was much more consistent from them. They lost a few rounds later on in that second half, but again, that's to be expected. Simon Fraser are very good at comebacks. Unfortunately, not very good at closing them out, especially over on Breeze. It could have happened. Unfortunately, it just did not. I want to get your final thoughts on this one, Orbital, because looking at this map, it was really back and forth, but that round, that last round, the only way in, you fake a sound cue towards the backside and try to initiate your Viper forward. Unfortunately, they push together, and as the pit falls, so do they.
Yeah, I will always say in those situations, as much as it sounds bad, I like the pincer maneuvers. I love splitting up in those 2v2 scenarios. Now, if you are working with a little bit larger group, everyone has their opinions on how to enter site. However, with the Viper's Pit, it gives you so much cover. Like, that was the whole point. You laid down and you hope to get a good swing. It was a beautiful thought. The fact that you didn't almost believe in yourself to pull that off sends a bit of concern, but SFU Red, I think they played it as best as they could have. Again, swinging with 2 on the same side is not bad by any means. They tried to do what they could. They did what they could with the tools that they had on hand. SJSU Blue were just in a bit better position, so hats off to both sides. And I think, as you said, pointing back to game number 1, you know what? Maybe SJSU had a little bit of fun. What matters is they are still undefeated, 6-0, and still winning in terms of game record. They are at the very top, and I feel that won't stop until playoffs.
No, and it honestly should not. It's again dominance being shown. For all of you wondering, hey, what's going on for the rest of the week? I can tell you, it's Rainbow Six Siege tomorrow, League of Legends on Wednesday, Thursday houses Overwatch 2, and Friday houses Rocket League. That's it for us today. If you want to know games tomorrow, we have Defiance College taking on SIUE Black, and Illinois State up against University of British Columbia. That's on the A stream. On the B stream, it's the University of Rio Grande taking on Central Methodist Eagles, and on the second game, it's University of Texas at Dallas Green up against the University of Louisville Red. That may actually be last week's games, because I certainly remember casting the University of
What time do
Louisville
they
Red
start? At least what time do they start?
Games tomorrow, as I totally closed that part of the schedule. Give me like 4 seconds to bring them up because I have that open. A stream starts at 7 p.m. B stream starts at 6 p.m. Twitch.tv/NECC_esports. Just keep this tab open for like the next, I don't know, 20 hours or so. Or Twitch.tv/NECC_2. I'll be in the B stream for the later game if you want to stick around for that one. But that's all we have for you today. Thank you very much for joining us, Orbital. Thank you for joining me again on the desk. It's been Caroline and Shiro in the background, with Caroline on observing and Shiro on production. Thank them for their help in the background. Always the unsung heroes of the broadcast. But we'll see you tomorrow. It's Rainbow Six Siege. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.